Hello, hello, what's up everyone? Hope we're having a good Sunday, June 1st. Happy Pride Month, everybody. Hope we're all doing well. See a bunch of people in chat already, such as Jojo Ski, Arcane Ape, Kawaii Majora, as well as James and who was it else over on YouTube? Evan Jones. What's up, everybody? Hope we're all doing well. So, today is the first day of the new ranked season for Master Duel. It's also the first day of the new ban list, so Brandon and Spright players are very excited, and of course I am in the latter. Been a minute? Yeah, so I am definitely eager to get back in the swing of streaming consistently again. Moving away from like firm schedules, but we're not only streaming today, of course, but in a couple of days when we get more Alestrals packs to open, we're going to be streaming that as well. What's up, Toadette? So let's see, I saw some questions in here earlier about, Dominus Impulse in Pure Spright. So I have a couple of Spright builds, and we're going to be working on some more, I think, here in stream as well. But so... if you're playing Fiendsmith, then obviously we have a bunch of light monsters and can't really play the Dominus Impulse. But I do have this build set up as well, which is more quote-unquote pure. You know, of course, Spright is not really ever going to be a pure deck, but this you can definitely get away with playing Impulse in because, I mean, we just play a bunch of waters, as well as dark and fire. So that doesn't really interfere with the Dominus Impulse, really just the Max C and of course potentially some extra deck stuff, but I mean that's always going to be a trade-off when you're using Impulse. I don't think this card is required though, not for Spright. You could definitely just be playing other hand traps instead, even in a build like this, and I think that would be completely fine. Need as many hand traps as possible. Yeah, I definitely like the idea of playing more hand traps. This build plays 12, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep. And still has a solid amount of one-card starters, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's pretty on par for a lot of decks nowadays. The Fiendsmith build, I strove for similar ratios. Overall, a little bit of a higher main deck count because we're playing stuff like Lurie that we don't really want to open. Lacrima, we'd usually rather not open, although it's workable sometimes. But so here it'd be more like, for starters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Maybe 12 and a half, kind of Lacrima as a one-card starter. I mean, it can get you into Spright plays, but not ideal. And then for hand traps, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So similar, but no moon. No moon in the Fiendsmith Spright build. This is the same build that I threw together in a recent YouTube video. That I uploaded to the channel a few days ago, but yeah, I initially did have Moon, but then I kind of realized that like, if you have like 2 monsters out, one of them is just going to be level 2, and then you can just go into Spright plays, which is always going to be better than just going into Fiendsmith stuff. Because Spright plays, you get 2 locks pretty easily, you don't really have the opportunity to like go into Fiendsmith mid-combo very easily like you do with like a lot of other decks, right? Sprind also cannot be used as link material the turn it's link summoned, so it's also kind of hard to use to make Fiendsmith stuff in that regard. So this is like uniquely a deck where I don't think you actually need Moon of the Closed Heaven. The issue with Fiendsmith for Spright is the extra deck space. Okay, see, that's kind of what I thought too, but then when I built out this version, right? Excuse me. I mean, we're playing a lot of stuff here that we really, frankly, don't need. Second, IP target is nice, but not required. Djinn Buster is nice, but not required. Soul Sweeper is nice, but not required. Downerd is nice, but not required. I mean, I even have room for a Typhoon in this deck. Like, because legit, I was like, okay, what other Link 2 or Rank 2 monster should I play in the extra deck? And I thought about it, and I was like, I don't think any of them are going to be better than Sky Crisis here. So that was my initial thought too with Fiendsmith and Spright, was that there wasn't going to be enough room in the extra, but I think we're actually just completely fine. All the slots that you're taking up are like super flex spots. You could also consider Mannequin Cat, but I like Mannequin Cat more in like, I don't know, Tri-Sprite, I guess, other builds. Doesn't really have a lot to summon here, I feel like, but I suspect the Fiendsmith build is going to be slightly better, personally. I think that a trap that a lot of people are going to fall into when they're playing Spright for, you know, this upcoming meta is that they are going to try to do it like too much like old school, right? Like, I've already seen builds that are on Cat Shark in the extra deck, that are on like Daigusto Phoenix in the extra deck. A lot of this old tech that you really don't need anymore, because Shadow Mosquito is a much better extra deck OTK option because it's also a Zeus pilot. The Sky Cavalry Centuria, I think is what it's called. That's another outdated piece of tech. All three of those cards are outdated by Shadow Mosquito. So you don't need any of those anymore. This can OTK, and it's a really good Zeus pilot. Also, with Fiendsmith stuff, it's a lot easier to OTK in general. You can summon Christia with Cat. That is something that you can do. You think will Total be back? No. No. I don't think Totally Awesome will come back. Not just because of Spright, but also because of Mermail too. I think that those are both definitely decks that are keeping Toad from, and also just like kind of, you know, the whole Bahamut Shark thing, just kind of having to future-proof water decks against that sort of stuff. Some builds use Avermax with IP. I considered Avermax as well in like more of the pure builds. Don't really have room for it, I think, in the Fiendsmith variant, but Avermax is another option you could consider over Typhon in the pure build. Or I guess really more over Underworld Goddess. See, that's the thing, right? It's definitely not bad to have options for your IP, especially because there's a lot of times where you do summon Little Knight on turn 1 in addition to IP and other stuff. So, but I don't think you need more than one additional IP target. And I think Underworld Goddess is probably just going to be the next best IP target. Not only because it, of course, uses an opponent's monster as material, it can negate everything, all your monsters on your opponent's board, and it stops an effect that summons something from the graveyard, which is pretty prevalent, especially with the Fiendsmith engine. So I think that this is probably just going to be better than Avermax. That said, if you really did want to play Avermax over something like Typhon, I wouldn't fault you for that. The reason that I like Sky Crisis a little bit more is because it helps you out in different situations, right? Like, Avermax is good, but we already have cards that, again, are going to be good in situations where Avermax is good. Sky Crisis can really help out in a pinch if we're trying to push through an opponent's turn 1 board, and we're going second, and we need, like, you know, we've run out all of their negates. We just need one more body to really push through for some damage, as well as outing their last card, right? I think it's all about, like, kind of diversifying your options there. So nice to have Beaver back at 3. It's so good. Can't wait for it. So yeah, Beaver, Jet, and Blue for sure. All right, so the way we're gonna kind of do things today is I'm gonna be kind of recording. I mean, obviously I'm like gonna save the VOD for this and everything. That'll be over on YouTube, which, by the way, if you're interested in becoming a YouTube member, not only will you get to see edited, uploaded videos early, but also I'm going to make VODs available early over there, because what we're going to be doing is basically getting some gameplay for YouTube. And for the first few games, I might not be interacting with chat quite as much as a result. Maybe in between games a little more often, but first few games I'm going to kind of enter YouTube mode. I'll throw in an intro, and it's going to be kind of similar to like my build and play videos. It's kind of a lot of the reason why I decided to come back to streaming like in the first place, right? It's because people were really liking the build and play YouTube content where I'm doing like live gameplay. And I was like, well, if I'm recording that, I might as well stream it anyway. So you all kind of get a sneak peek here at the content that's going to be coming out later this week. But we're going to start with the Fiendsmith Spright build. I think after that, we'll build some other Spright decks together, and we'll just kind of go from there. So let me sip on some water, and then we'll get started. What's up? Thanks for the follow, Linkies. Looks like Linkies. Hey everybody, what is going on? Hexlex here, got another Master Duel video for you. So today we're going to be taking this Fiendsmith Spright build that we put together in a recent YouTube video. I'll go ahead and have that linked in the description below, as well as my Spright combo guide. In that combo guide, I featured Pure Spright as more of a focus, but for today, we're going to be doing that Fiendsmith Spright deck that we put together as mentioned before. So I haven't made any changes to it. I did almost take out this triple attack and go down to 41 to have a little bit of just better ratio as far as like starters and hand traps, but I'm just going to run it as is with the triple attack, well, intact. But yeah, just going into day one of Spright being legal here, day one of the new ranked ladder, I have been looking at some duel lives before starting these games here and just kind of like cycling through and looking for Spright builds. One thing I'm noticing a lot of people with these day one Spright builds is that they're kind of trying to do very similar stuff that Spright was doing back when it was full power the first time around, playing stuff like Cat Shark, stuff like other rank 2s like Sky Cavalry Centuria, that kind of help with either being OTKs or Zeus pilots. I think a lot of that, especially thanks to Ninja Shadow Mosquito, is stuff that's a little bit obsolete. So I want to kind of introduce some more modern tech into the Spright build and see if it can help bolster Spright up and be more in line with what's currently good in the meta. So again, if you want to see this build get put together in real time, I'm going to link that video in the description below, but we're going to go just right over to ranked ladder. As we do though, I want to remind everybody that this video that you're seeing here is also actually being streamed. I'm actually streaming it to people right now here on not only YouTube, but also on Twitch as well. So if you're interested in checking out some of this content live as it's being recorded, then feel free to either subscribe here on YouTube again, or you can go over to Twitch, give a follow or subscription over there. If you're interested in seeing VODs, those actually go out to YouTube members early. So if you don't make the stream, but you still want to see content early, YouTube members get to see the edited VOD, or the edited videos rather, as well as the VOD before all the content goes out. VODs will be made public after the YouTube content that features that video has been, made public for everybody. Anyway, we're entering the new ranked season here, so we're going to go ahead and change decks over to Fiendsmith Spright. And let's hop in for our first game. Managed to sneak into Master Rank at the very end of the season just a couple of days ago with Punk. Made a YouTube video about that as well. All right, we're going first here. Definitely not too shabby. Obviously, we do want to be going first, but again, kind of built out these ratios so we have a good amount of hand traps if we do have to go second. Okay, this hand is fine. We got a 2 and a jet, so we're about to engage in the most powerful opening play of any Spright deck, which is a normal summon Max C. And then now we can throw out the jet. Love starting with the normal summon Max C. It's always good. Ooh, Arius. That is not ideal. We do have Ash Blossom if they're going to set the lab. They'll summon the Arius, but that's fine. Oh, it's different dimension ground. Interesting. Okay. This will kind of depend on when they choose to activate it, but this might not actually be as bad as it looks. Oh, now they're going for the Draglier with transaction rollback. Okay. So I wonder which... Okay, they're going to use the different dimension ground now. That's fine. Yeah. So we're not going to go for sprint to angler plays, but we're still going to be able to have some pretty good stuff we can end on here. Because we could still start her for, like... We should probably just start her for Carrot. Well, I don't know. We could also start her for red, and then we could negate Arius when that tries to come back. There is also the transaction rollback to think about. Okay, so we could also still go into Gigantic here as well, and have both red and Carrot. I think we're just going to end up doing it that way. We have the Ash Blossom to counter the Welcome. I think we're actually in a pretty solid spot here. Alright. What if it really matters which one I go for first here? I think red would probably be better to have first. Alright, now let's go into Gigantic with, of course, the Maxi, and then I'll use Jet. And then we'll use this to pull Carrot out of the deck. And let me think. Oh, you know what? We could even go into SP using, yes, Gigantic and Jet, and we can banish the face down Welcome. This is going to pan out really well for us, actually. Alright, here's the SP. That I would love to activate. We could even banish something out of the graveyard if we really wanted to. Like, I could banish... I could banish the rollback, because I can already Ash Blossom the Welcome. I could banish the Arias, because I don't really care about the rollback on DD ground. When does this come back? Monster leaves the field by your normal trap effect. There's actually a lot of options here. I mean, this is like kind of the obvious play, but... that's probably just going to be the best play still. I think I'm probably thinking about this a little bit too hard. I'm just going to go for it. Alright, so the DD ground wasn't ideal, but as you can see, we ended up in a really solid position against it. We have Red and Carrot live, SP to dodge, still got a couple of Ash Blossoms and Imperm. Opponent's only on 2 cards in hand. They do have some graveyard resources to potentially worry about, but I kind of would have liked an Elf here, but I think we can make do. We just have to be kind of smart about how we use Red/Carrot. Like, I'm not above sending Little Knight here. Oh, now that's interesting. You want to set a Welcome Lab, and you probably want to transaction roll back the Welcome Lab you just set as well. Does this copy the effect? I can Ash Blossom. Can I Ash Blossom a rollback Welcome Lab? I'm pretty sure I can. This is fine either way, though, yeah. Even if I can't, I can still just use Carrot. Okay, they're just gonna pass here. This is still completely fine. Great top deck. Didn't even need this as a top deck, though. Normal Summon Ash Blossom would have been completely fine here as well. Okay, they're just gonna concede right there. Yeah, not being able to Ash rollback does make sense, honestly, because it's the effect of rollback is to copy the effect of Welcome Lab. It's not as if the effect of Welcome Lab becomes rollback. I think is how that works, but don't 100% quote me on that. I'm only like not even that, like 80% sure about that. But alright, that was a pretty good first game. Let's go into the next one here. Alright, let's see if we're going first again, and we are. We love it. Love to see winning the coin flip. Of course, I would also like to get some going second gameplay in, but I'm sure we'll get that at some point. That's not exactly something you have to ask for, is losing the coin flip. It'll just happen to you. Yeah, our opponent's on 60 cards, which kind of makes you think they're on branded. It's also Sanctifier sleeves. This hand is interesting. By interesting, I mean good. Let's start with Fiendsmith stuff. Yes. I like starting with Fiendsmith stuff when I have other starters because it's not only good bait, but also doesn't 100% give away what you're on right away, which could cause your opponent to, like, use a hand trap at an inopportune... Inopportune? I actually don't know which word you would use there. Or which one is the right word. At a not good moment. Alright, let's go into Requiem. Now, you can use Fiendsmith to pivot into Spright, and that's kind of one of its main functions here. I guess I'm probably just going to go for a Desiree if they don't, like, negate anything. Yeah, that sounds good. Like, we can't really go for an Appaloosa. I would like to, before we start comboing, but then I can't put Elf in the EMZ, so we're just going to go into Desiree. I think that's fine. Alright, let's go for the Engraver. Bring back Lurie. It would be nice to have some Nibiru counterplay. Unfortunately, don't really have room for Caesar in an extra deck like this. But that is something I considered. Because Nibiru is definitely very scary. We'll show the build again after these duels. I showed it a little bit at the start of the video, didn't I? I think so. Alright, let's go. Sequence. For Desiree. We have to use Engraver. I'll just leave the other Engraver in the graveyard then. Ideally, you leave like Lacrima and Requiem in the yard, but if that's not possible, it's not that big of a deal. We can use Sequence as material to make plays, though. We don't have to just equip it right away. So I'm just going to go Normal Summon Nimble Beaver. And Special and Angler. And then now we're going to go into Sprend Sequence. We'll use Beaver because it's in attack mode. And then we'll go Sprend F. Nice thing here is even if they were super patient and we're saving their Ash Blossom for this point, we could still just like full combo anyway. Alright, Angler F. For the remaining Beavers. Now we can equip Sequence. Alright, we have starters, so we could even summon Swap Frog off this Gigantic. We don't need to go into... what's it called? Sprite Blue off of this, which is nice. Get some extra bodies. God, we're gonna end on, like, everything here. Assuming they don't, like, screw us up, but... I think we are officially out of Nibiru range now, so... We're gonna dump Ronin first. Let's make Elf with Swap and Beaver. Free up the Elf zones. Elf F. We can revive Swap. Get us another body. We're gonna have leftover bodies by the end of this for sure. Just winning even more here. Alright, let me see something real quick. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? This is actually one of those situations where we're going to get to end on SP as well, so we'll probably go IP into Appaloosa here. Let's make the... Ooh, I'm trying to figure out what order I want to do this in. Okay, let's do IP now. I'll just use these two. That's fine, because we can use Gigantic to make SP. I'll get a monster. Well, no, I should probably get a spell trap negate here. Off this blue. Because we already have... If we're going to go into an Appaloosa, right? Like, might as well get Carrot here. Yeah. Don't have anything in their graveyard to banish. That's fine. But this is why it's important to have a second IP target that's not Little Knight. Is because sometimes you just end up with so many bodies that you just, like, can make Little Knight anyway. And I think it's worth... Like, we didn't even use any of the Swap Frog summons, or the Ronin summons, rather. I think it's worth using one here to get an extra material for this Appaloosa, or to have something to send for Carrot that's not, like, one of our good cards. And I like setting Gamma Burst for good measure. If they try to go, like, battle into IP... Or, like, battle over Elf or something. Alright, let's hope they don't just, like, Droplet, super poly. That is, of course, going to be Sprite's major weaknesses are board breakers like that. And Branded tends to run quite a few of them, so I'm a little anxious, but we'll see how this pans out. He's starting off with Fusion deployment. That's fine. If they're going to go for Albaz, we can Little Knight tag out the Albaz to stop the Fusion. Yep, there's the Droplet. Knew that was coming. Alright, what all are they going to send here? 1, 2, at the very least. I can't chain Carrot anymore. What do you negate here? You negate... Okay, there's 3. So Carrot, IP, Desiree... Okay, they did it for 3. So, that's interesting. Probably IP, Carrot, Desiree leaving Little Knight might actually get us through this. Because we could still Elf at some point, potentially. Okay, they picked Desiree. They're still picking 2 more targets, I believe. Yes. Watch them just have, like, Branded Fusion in their hand. And if they have it, they have it. What else did they pick just there? Little Knight. Okay, so Carrot stays. That actually is a little bit of an issue, potentially. It just depends on what they go into with Albaz. Oh, wait, that was Granganol, so they're going for Cartesia? Okay. Interesting. Branded lost. Fusion summon a monster, add Albaz or a card that mentions it. I feel like this has to be worth carroting. They haven't normal summoned, right? Yeah. I think this is worth using Carrot on. Assuming their last card in hand is a monster to fuse with Cartesia, I think this is correct. You know what we could even do here? Hold on a second. Oh my god, this is going to be sick. Watch this. Because we're going to send IP. Yeah, yep. We're going to send IP and then we can bring it back with Elf. Even do that right now. Beautiful. Now we can even go IP into Apo. Yeah, I like that. Destroy Branded Lost? Absolutely. We could even send a sequence, and that would force them to send a card on their field. Okay, so... It could even be a format Appaloosa with IP. SP is negated, so we could use that, and then just Ronin Desiree. Let's do it like that. We're gonna go no. No. We did already use Carrot. This is fine, because SP is in attack mode. Untargetable Appaloosa. Desiree F. Does Desiree target? It does, but that's fine. This forces the Cartesia, which we can then negate. I'm sorry, Droplet who? Droplet who? What are you going to do, opponent? Yeah, you're gonna concede. That's right. Ooh, that was good. That was spicy. That was good. Gotta definitely throw some props to chat there for giving a couple of pretty solid suggestions. But that was a very spicy W. Let's aim for one more. Let's do one more game. This is good. I like how this is going. Daug. We're playing against a Daug. And we're going first again. Love to see it, like I said. Alright, let's see what this one looks like. That's certainly a hand. It's pretty easy. We're just going to start with normal summon blue because we have 2 of them here. And then, of course, Carrot is going to be our first special summon. And I really hope they don't throw out a Maxi here. Alright, okay. Darn. Alright, anyway. There's Carrot. Let's get red while we're at it. Alright. I imagine there's a shot they just concede here. Let's see if that happens. I don't actually want to summon Jet just yet because I don't want to load up my board. Let's make Sprend first. That's actually not... That's far from the first time that's happened to me. That happened to me very recently, actually. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, that happened to me pretty recently, too. And the... Oh, I think that was a game that actually made it into a YouTube video. That happened to me against a Tenpai player who just had enough hand traps and then Pydra to beat me anyway. It was pretty sad. But... Alright, we'll do this one and then... Regardless of how... Hey, we're about to rank up. Regardless of how long this game ends up being, I'll show the deck after this video again and we'll call it there. We're actually losing a coin flip here and going second, so... Let's see how our ratios end up doing for us. Very nice. We open 2 hand traps, starter, a couple of extenders, exact kind of hand that we want to see and why we have our ratios set up the way that we do. Decent shot, this is Blue Eyes. They've got all the cosmetics, in which case... Droll will be quite good. Normal summon Valor into Spirit with Eyes of Blue, I have to imagine this is. Spirit adding Mausoleum, we can Droll that, and then they're going to have a lot harder of a time setting up. So yeah, I'm not going to Ash Boss on this, I'm going to Droll. So I'm actually going to toggle off for a second, so they don't necessarily know that I have a response. There we go. Droll you. And then now if they have, like, the spell that summons from deck, we could still Ash that. Or, like, Primite stuff. Well, they already normal summoned Valor, right? I don't care if they send with Mausoleum, right? Because they're just going to revive a Blue Eyes. They'll still only have 1 body. They don't have a Maiden in the graveyard. So I think this is actually fun. I'm going to let this go. Okay, there's Blue Eyes. Yep, summoning Blue Eyes, that's fine. They've already normal summoned. I guess they could have an extra normal summon for the Mausoleum. But ashing the Blue Eyes wouldn't have... It would have stopped them from going into Spirit. I maybe should have done that. I hadn't really considered that. If they go normal summon Sage here... Okay, they're just going into Blue Eyes, that's fine. Yeah, I think we actually should have Ash that for if they had normal summon level 1 tuner. Do I want to lead with Fiendsmith stuff or do I want to lead with Spright Red? That's actually kind of an interesting question. And there's kind of arguments for either. Let's see. If I go red, that's mostly punished by Sea and Fulos, which we can Ash. If I go tracked, that is potentially punished by Droll. If I tracked and then add Lurie and then get hit with Droll, that's actually not too bad if I can't add off these. So I think it is actually fine to activate tracked first. Because if I get hit with Droll off Blue or Jet, then I can't use Fiendsmith stuff at all. But if I get hit with Droll off this Fiendsmith tract, I can still do Fiendsmith stuff and then still do Spright stuff afterward. And yeah, like I said, the main thing that Red normal summon was going to get punished by was Seer Fuolo, so we just have Ash Blossom anyway, so yeah, this is fine. Although that said, moving forward, I am more scared of monster effects from hand than anything else. So I think I might... So I think now it might be correct to normal summon Sprite Red. Nah, I'll just keep doing Fiendsmith stuff. I think I'm thinking too hard about it. Well, I guess there's Nib. Okay, yeah, I don't want to get nibbed. They have Ash Blossom? Okay. They don't have anything. They got nothing! They got nothing! Immediately ranking up with Fiendsmith Spright. In like 20 minutes? Or however long that was. That was awesome. That was a good little span of 4 games there. So we'll give you another peek at the deck here. Yeah, I have a lot of faith in this list. Like I mentioned before, I can actually see just going down on the triple tack, just cutting that entirely. Going down to 41 cards, still having 12 hand traps, still having all the starters. Extra deck, I think, could still potentially use a little bit of work. Someone was talking earlier about second Gigantic. I do really like 2 Gigantic. I think it's pretty important for grind games. If you go first and they wipe your board, being able to go another Gigantic at 3,200 into blue, into Jet for Gamma Burst, into OTK is, I think, a very important option to have. So I have thought about it, don't get me wrong, and I think there are a lot of worlds where you can get away with 1 Gigantic, but I think having 2 is still quite important. I think you can get away with this, cutting the second elf before the second Gigantic more than anything. I think there's a lot of time where 1 elf is... I don't know. There are times where, like, yeah, you go elf to bring back a 2 and then go into the Gigantic that way, and that's how you build your board back up. But if I was going to cut second elf or second Gigantic, I'd probably experiment taking out the second elf first. That said, I think second elf and Gigantic are both still pretty important. But yeah, I think overall I'm pretty satisfied with this list, and that's gonna wrap up this YouTube video for now. So to those who are watching on YouTube, I will definitely be seeing you in the next one. But to everybody on stream, we're of course gonna still be going, and that's gonna be like the kind of cutoff for the YouTube video there. So that was cool. That was, I could not have asked for a better series of 4 games. There's no Sprite emote? There should be a Sprite emote. That's a good call. We're gonna have to make that a case to implement that here soon. I actually have a lot of emotes ideas kind of floating around that I meant to look into, but I haven't yet because I was working on the new overlay on the bottom. Thanks for the follow, Angriest Crusader. Did I miss anybody else following? Oh, we got a Angriest Crusader with the 40 bits celebration as well. Thank you for that. Yeah, as mentioned before, when I'm in like recording mode, I don't look at chat quite as often, but I'll still give you some time. That made it sound so condescending. I'll still give you some time to acknowledge you. No, what I meant to say is that we'll still have time between recordings to stop and chat with you all. So thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Linkies, we mentioned earlier. Ripkins, I think I missed earlier. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch as well. And then, I don't think I missed any YouTube subs or anything. Okay. So yeah, I mean, like I was saying during the actual video part, though, I'm pretty impressed with this build. What do you all think? As far as like main deck ratios, extra deck, anything you would do differently? I'm very eager to get feedback and just talk about Sprite in general. Melfi is worse since we have so much gas. Yeah, so Melfi I had considered not only for this build, but also for, let me go back to the other Sprite build. Or is it, here we go, the quote-unquote pure Sprite build. I think if I was going to play Melfi, it'd probably be in this variant first. Like, you could take out Gin Buster and Typhone, and then you would have room for the Melffy Xyz and Herald of the Arclight. And really, you could honestly drop Downerd if you wanted to play Merry Melffys as well. I think Merry Melffys probably comes up more often than Downerd in my experience, to be totally honest. But the main reason that I am not playing Melffys in either of these variants is because I just really don't like playing the main deck. I'm going to call them bricks. Opening Caddy is actually really not that bad because you can still just search a Nimble Beaver. It's really Penny that's the biggest brick. Caddy is still not super ideal to open though because, yeah, it's not technically a brick, but I mean, sometimes it's a normal summon to get your Sprite plays going, but a lot of the time you would rather just open something else. So that's kind of my whole thing with Melffys. It's less about the 2 extra deck slots. Well, I mean, in the Fiendsmith variant, yeah, you can't afford 2 extra deck slots. In this variant, it's less about the 2 extra deck slots and more about having the 2 main deck slots. So that's why I play Gin Buster instead in the pure variant. It's like, obviously the Monster Negate is not quite as good as the Herald Omni Negate. But the other thing about the Herald is that you do have to, like, your opponent has to summon something before you can even go into it. So it's a little bit like it's not the most ideal of a setup, whereas this is just a Monster Negate on the board, ready to go. Can negate a monster effect from hand that's activating your graveyard or something. So, I mean, there's pros and cons. I don't think either is inherently 100% better than the other, but yeah, like I said, I think there's just kind of pros and cons. 1 semi-brick and 42 is okay. I agree. I really don't think that's that bad at all. Like, if I was gonna put in the 2 Melffy cards here and just go up to 42, I agree with you. I think that would be completely fine as far as ratios go. It'd be a little, you know, a little not ideal, but not horribly so. Almirage and Apo in the Fiendsmith variant to play Melffy, and it's been so nice. Yeah, I mean, Appaloosa is definitely one of the most cuttable extra deck cards in the Fiendsmith Spright variant. I do agree with that. And I think Almirage is up there as well. In this particular variant, Almirage is here for exactly Swap Frog. Like, if you open normal summon Swap Frog, like if you open Swap Frog and then 4 pieces of non-engine, well, this isn't non-engine, but you know what I mean, then you do need Almirage to be able to make plays. That said, that is very situational. So yeah, I think that if you are going to cut extra deck cards, I agree. These are probably 2 of the most cuttable ones. Now, like I was saying before, though, I do think it is important to have a second IP target outside of SP. However, I will also say this. You don't need SP on turn 1 nearly as badly if you have the Melffy stuff to go into. So I think that's a perfectly fine way to go about it, for sure. Toad is there. Listen, Toad is here in spirit. You know what? Wait a second. Toad could actually be here in spirit. Because, like, Sprite Blue is the obvious mate to have, but Totally Awesome Mate has got to be the actual best mate if you're playing a Sprite deck, right? Because there's no other way you can play Toad and Sprite in Master Duel. Or, like, in any format. Well, no, wait. Toad is still legal in the TCG, right? Because they banned a Bahamut Shark instead. I think is how they did it. I think it's still legal. Pretty sure that's the case. Oh, sorry, Toadette. I wasn't... No. Yeah, I was talking about having Totally Awesome with us, but it's nice to have Toad here in the chat as well. Double Cross. Yeah, okay, so that is something that I was kind of thinking about as well. Is... The Sprite, Spell, and Trap cards, I think, are very interesting. Because there's a lot of options here, right? My personal preferred option is Gamma Burst, and this is what makes Sprite so interesting to me, is that there's so many different ways that you can build it, and there's not even a 100% correct build. So when it comes to the spell traps, aside from starter, of course, you always play a full playset of 3 starter. But aside from that, you know, we have Gamma Burst, we have Double Cross, and we have Smashers. And there's actually equal, like, there's valid arguments to play any one of these. Smashers is great because it's a non-targeting banish, which is really good for outing a lot of stuff. In general, the Double Cross does target, but it's a much more powerful form of removal. More importantly, it doesn't cost us a body on our board. but it's the ability to take control of something or to attach it as a material, which is arguably tends to be better than banishing, right? And then you have Gamma Burst, which just generally makes OTKing a lot easier. So it's my experience that Gamma Burst tends to be the most useful among these most of the time. In best of one. I'll say that in best of one. If I was playing like a tournament where I had a side deck, then I might consider one of these two instead, and maybe even citing Gamma Burst if I am going second, but I do think this card is pretty valuable to have. But again, there's really arguments for any one of these. I will say I think Double Cross is the one that I've used the least. In my opinion, this is probably, like, in my opinion, it goes Gamma Burst, then Smashers, then Double Cross for the ones I tend to make room for. But there's, like so many other things with Spright. If you're on Double Cross, I don't think that's bad or wrong, because I totally see the pros of that. Oh yeah, somebody in chat earlier asked about my water of choice. I didn't answer because I just started the recording, but I am on Sparkling Water. Cherry Citrus Slush is the flavor. I am hooked on this stuff. But anyway, what do we think about Primite Spright? That was one of the builds I was kind of thinking about trying to put together today. But I don't know. I don't hate the idea of Primite Spright. Well, okay, I kind of do actually. So let me go to create new here real quick, just so we can have a bit of a blank template here. I don't even have to search up Primite because I have that bookmarked. So when it comes to the Primite stuff, right, and Primite Spright in particular, I feel like Roar for a level 2 vanilla has to be part of the appeal, right? Obviously another part of the appeal is just being able to have drill beam control, like access to that. But here's the thing I kind of don't like is the fact that Lordly Load does not really synergize with Spright like at all. Because the thing that makes Lordly Load's effect so good in Blue Eyes and Primite Fiendsmith control is that you can still just pivot into like a spheres if you have nothing else to do. I mean, I guess to be fair, you could summon the level 2 and go into like SP, but I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, there's not really a good way to utilize the Lordly Load summon effect in Primite Spright, which is a lot of the reason why I'm kind of about it. But of course, Drill Beam control is pretty appealing. You still do have the option to Roar for a level 2. It's like, it's there. The idea is there. I just don't know how good it is. Hard to disagree on the spell traps. Double Cross is the best one going second. If the combo gets stopped, you at least have play. If you drew that. Oh, best if you can't combo is what you mean. Okay. Yeah, Spright definitely has a ton of options. Like I said before, you could main Double Cross every single time, and I would not say that's bad or say that I like disagree about you doing that. I think that's perfectly valid. Again, I tend to prefer Gamma Burst because just in my experience, having tried each of them, Gamma Burst is the one that comes up the most often for me. So that's why I prefer that one. But I was actually kind of thinking about what other Spright decks we were going to build today. It's like, Tri-Spright is kind of an obvious option, but I'm like, is there a less obvious option that maybe we could try? Adventure? Yeah, you know, there were a lot of people who were asking in the comment section on YouTube for like a 60 card Spright build. And I think if we were going to do Adventure Spright, 60 card would be like the best place for that. Vision Resonator. That's, you know, you laugh, but that is actually something I've thought about before with Spright Synchro. Oops, that's not what I click on. Because the Crimson Power Force structure deck is out, which does contain Vision Resonator, which is level 2. The thing is, though, I think this was good back when Chaos Ruler was still legal. Or would have been if Vision Resonator and Chaos League were legal. Vision Resonator and Chaos Ruler, rather, were legal at the same time, which I don't believe they ever were in Master Duel. But this is actually something I have thought about before. is like Vision Resonator with Sprite stuff for Sprite Synchro. Sprite Synchro is also something I've been thinking about, but like, listen, I love the idea. You all know I love both sprites and synchro summoning, but I really just don't think it's that good at all anymore. Like, the problem with Sprite Synchro, I think this would be true even if Chaos Ruler were still legal, is that the end board is really not that much more impressive than a regular Sprite end board in the grand scheme of things, considering that you need a 2-card combo in order to do Sprite Synchro plays. And, like, yeah, if you've got, like, in a regular Sprite deck, if you've got a 1-card starter plus an extender, you can put out a very similar end board. I mean, especially with Fiendsmith. Like, you saw that one game against Branded, our end board. The Sprite Synchro end board, ideally, would not even be that much more powerful. And again, it's all 2-card combos, and this is also, again, even if Chaos Ruler were still legal, like, now you have to jump through even more hoops to accomplish that with, like, Excel Stardust and that kind of a thing. How do you think they'll hit Fiendsmith? Engraver to 1, I have to imagine, is what they're going to do. Maybe Tracked will also get hit. I doubt it. I could see Tracked going to 1, which would hurt. I mean, actually, I could see that because the Primate Fiendsmith control deck always plays 3. I think I play 3 in mine. This build I have here. No, I only have 2. But still, you always play more than 1 in, like, these Primate Fiendsmith control decks, which are, like, definitely one of the most popular and powerful decks in the current meta. So I can see Tracked going to 1 as well as Engraver. What if they ban Lurie? Ban Lurie would be the funniest and also most unfortunate hit to Fiendsmith. It is really funny how, like, this is the exact linchpin that makes the... Well, I don't know, you don't even need Lurie every time, though, is the thing. Like, Lurie makes Tracked really good, but you can still go, like, normal summon Lacrima, dump Engraver, Lacrima into Requiem for the other Engraver, and then pop off. You don't even need Lurie. So I think Lurie ban is probably not it. It is the funny hit, though, I do agree. Yeah, no, I mean, Engraver to 1 is, like, the most obvious one, and there's no way that's not going to happen. I think Tracked to 1 would be the other hit that I would have in mind. Fables need the hit, they're too good. Wish I lived in the world you did. I know you're kidding. What's up, Xbots, by the way? Ban Lurie, then Moon. I have seen a few people advocating for the banning of Moon, and I understand the mentality. It stops you from being able to pivot into Fiendsmith mid-engine with a lot of decks. That said, it doesn't stop Fiendsmith from being good if you open with it. So I think it's kind of similar to Lurie, where it's like, it's easy to think like, oh, ban this and the whole engine comes unraveled. But actually, if you ban Moon, the engine is still completely playable and still actually fairly good. If you banned both, then things would be a lot different. But like, I'm personally not really in favor of banning stuff like this in order to hit an engine like Fiendsmith. I mean, sometimes it might end up being necessary, but I think in an ideal world, you hit the Fiendsmith engine first before having to, you know, have cards like these catch strays. Runic Spright, Spright White Forest, Evil Twin. These are all, so, well, Spright White Forest I hadn't really considered, but you do have both a Stellar and LZ. That's actually a really fun idea. If, you know what, if you were going to do Sprite Synchro, then yeah, Spright White Forest would probably be the way you'd have to do it, right? That's actually decently compelling. I might circle back on that later. Evil Twin, I thought about as well, but here's the thing. I actually think that Fiendsmith Evil Twin is just stronger than Twin Spright. Like, I don't know how much Twin Spright in particular, like, really changes from Blue and Jet being at 3. You don't play the Nimble engine in Twin Spright because of space and also because of locks and all that kind of thing. And Fiendsmith Twin can put out, I think, just better boards than Twin Spright can put out. Twin Sprite was always the most consistent variant, and with stuff like Beaver, you know, Blue Jet and Starter, when those were all limited, that was the huge part of the appeal of Twin Sprite. But now that the Sprite archetype in and of itself is consistent enough, I think that Twin Sprite kind of loses appeal. I don't know. I don't think it's horrible, but I think there are better things you can be doing with Twins. Live Twin Fiendsmith is just better, yeah. And you can set up Nightmare Griffin lock really easily in that build. Banning Lurie in closed mood would solve 85% of the Fiendsmith problem. I don't think it'd be quite 85%. I think it'd be a lot of the problem, but again, that still doesn't stop you from, like... Because here's the thing, Lacrima's only played at 1 right now, but in this hypothetical world where Lurie and Moon get banned, you could just jam 3 Lacrima, which, to be fair, that does use your normal summon, which is a lot of what makes Fiendsmith really strong. But now here's the problem with that. Let's think about decks that don't need their normal summon that are also playing Fiendsmith. I'm thinking about Snake Eye, I'm thinking about White Forest, right? And when I start thinking about those decks, then I also start thinking about decks that do often need their normal summon that are playing Fiendsmith. I'm thinking about this one right here, right? Sprite. I'm thinking about, like, Punk, for example. So at the end of the day, I think what banning Moon and Lurie actually ends up doing is it makes it so that the rogue decks that are really benefiting from Fiendsmith can now not feasibly use it at all. But the high-level meta decks like Snake Eye that are using Fiendsmith can just jam more Lacrimas, still reap the benefits of the Fiendsmith engine, and not really have to worry about the consequence that much. So I think even banning both of those would not be a good way of dealing with Fiendsmith the more that I think about it. Like, I don't think it would just deal with it in the least satisfying way possible. I agree that limiting a lot of the Fiendsmith stuff would just end up being better. Also, there's that rank 3 Jhin monster. That's true. Even if you ban Moon, you can still access, with 2 level 3s, you can still access the Fiendsmith engine anyway. Now, granted, that is a little bit more specific in what you have to play, but, I mean, in a lot of decks, you can just jam Terratops. You can just jam 3 Terratop and still not need to use your normal summon to go into Fiendsmith stuff. Ban Requiem? That might just do it. I mean, yeah, I mean, it pretty much would, right? If you open Engraver, pitch Engraver for Tract for Lurie, yeah, I mean, it would probably, if you really want to kill the Fiendsmith deck, / engine, or whatever, you know, however you want to label it, then yeah, ban Requiem. But here's where... And I know this is, like, not an opinion that everybody holds, but for me personally, when I think about ban list philosophy, the first goal should not be to kill the thing outright. That might need to be what ends up happening, but I would try limiting Engraver and Tract first. If I was in charge of hitting Fiendsmith, I think that's how I would do it. I would start by limiting Engraver and Tract, and seeing how we do there for a season or two. If it's still a massive issue that's way too consistent, then maybe we can start talking about something like banning Requiem. But I really don't think that outright killing a deck is ever ideal, and I'd like to avoid it as much as possible, you know, as often as possible. Also, yeah, good point from N64 Central. Is it even worth hitting Fiendsmith like that when Raziel and Malice are coming out soon? Which is a good point, because not only do those decks not use Fiendsmith at all, they're pretty similar power level without needing to play Fiendsmith. So now, all of a sudden, if you hit Fiendsmith super hard, you're putting us in a future meta where Raziel and Malice are going to run over everything, and nothing else can keep up because they can't rely on something like Fiendsmith. Like, if Fiendsmith gets hit like as hard as something like Requiem getting banned, think about a deck like Punk or like Sprite like this. What shot does a deck like that have once Raziel and Malice enter the meta, right? Fiendsmith in a sense is fine. Gotta talk about extra deck monsters. I can see an argument for that. I mean, Fiendsmith still needs to get hit, I think, but there's still, like, discussions to be had for sure. I won't disagree with that. Okay. So I think the next deck we're gonna build is 60 card Adventure Spright. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to go for next. I'm trying to think about if there's anything else I want to put in the deck. But we could figure that out just as we build it, right? And I think I'm going to do another YouTube video here where I'll kind of do like the build and play style of YouTube video now. Okay, so let's go back to the home screen for that. Has Phantom Knight too? It can. I don't think I've ever built it with Phantom Knight, but it's not that big of an ask. It'd probably be the biggest ask would be the extra deck spaces. But you do play Cherubney and Terratop and stuff in Adventure Spright anyway, so it's like you could do that. Happy Sunday, Love Sprite. What's up, Trust Funded? As well as everybody else who's joined us since the beginning of the stream. How long have we been going? Like a little over an hour? Yeah, all right. Okay, so let's go into YouTube mode. So as mentioned before, I'm not going to be reading chat quite as much when I'm in quote-unquote YouTube mode here, but I'll still make sure to read out follows and chats and stuff after we're done. It'll only probably be like 20-ish minutes or so here. All right, let's get into it. Hey everybody, what is going on? Hexlex here. I got another Master Duel video for you. So, in the comments of my recent Sprite videos, I've had a lot of people requesting the 60 card variant of Sprite, which I definitely agree it tends to be quite fun. And that's what we're going to build today for today's build and play. So we're going to go here into Create New, and let's go ahead and just get right into it with Sprite cards. So now that Blue and Jet are at 3, we're going to want 3 of each of those in there for sure, as well as the starters, of course. I'm going to put in, I think, 2 of each Red and Carrot for now. This could end up changing, but for a 60 card build, I like having an additional copy of each of these. Having these for a smaller build, a second copy, is also not bad either, but I tend not to do it quite as often for just, you know, space reasons. But yeah, so we'll start with 2 of each of those. We'll definitely want 2 of each of these in the extra deck. And Sprend, we'll make use of that. I like the idea of having Gamma Burst, and if we're on 60 cards, I think we could make room for Smashers or Double Cross as well. I tend to prefer Smashers, but you know what? It's been a while since I've tried Double Cross, so let's just play that instead. Let's see how it goes. Alright, so there's our Sprite engine. I do definitely want to be playing Nimbles here. Now for this build, I think I'm going to try... I might try a full playset of 3 Angler, which would require not only 3 Beavers, but still actually 1 more Nimble monster. So here's the idea, right? The idea behind playing 3 Angler in Adventure Spright in particular is that we have a lot of ways of discarding this, especially with the Fateful Adventure and stuff. So, and we'll also be playing Swap Frog, and I think we'll play Dark Backing Beast and Gates as well. So if we're able to open an Angler and then discard it, we can summon out, like, for example, 2 Nimble Beaver. Still go into Sprend, dump another Angler, and then still have 2 more Nimble monsters to summon. Because Nimble Angler is not once per turn. Fun fact. So yeah, I think, and also because we're on 60 cards, it's more fine if we're playing like a random, you know, bricky Nimble monster. So I think we're gonna do it like that. Yeah, we'll do it like that. Alright, so speaking of adventure stuff, let's go ahead and throw that in. That'll be the Rite of Armasiers, the Water Enchantresses. We've got the Fateful Adventure, as well as the Dracoback, and the Wandering Griffin Rider. So I want to do Illegal Knight as well. I think I'm going to hold off on that for the time being. You know what other card is going to go well, I can already tell in a deck like this, is Foolish Burial. Because we can not only Foolish, of course, the Water Enchantress to get our adventure plays going, but we can also Foolish the Nimble Angler to get those going as well. Now, if we really want to lean hard into the adventure stuff, another thing you can do in a deck like this is, let me actually just search up Speedroids. There we go. We can actually play Terratops as well as Takatomborg. And that might sound really weird to you, but we do actually have the ability to go into, oops, Cherub, here we go, the Cherubini. Cherubini can send the Water Enchantress from the deck to the graveyard, and is also a link to, meaning that if you have just one other extender besides the Terratop, like if you have literally any monster that you can normal summon, you can link it off for the Cherubini to go into Sprint, dump and Nimble stuff, and then go into Spright plays. So we'll include that as well for sure. So we're already at 36 cards. It's definitely not going to be too difficult to get up to 60 here. We also haven't even included the Swap Frogs yet, which I did say I did want to include there. So Bronin. I was kind of thinking about Prank Kids a little bit here too. But we're already at 40 cards. We're filling up way faster than I thought we would, to be totally honest here. So before we include more engines, let's put in some non-engine. Maxi and Ash Blossoms for sure. Give me Call By and Cross Out. I like having Nib. Even one in a 60 card deck I think is good to have the option if they really pop off into your Maxi. I definitely want some more hand traps though. What else? We could play a nice variety for the cross out, right? Like we could think about at least one of each, you know, Veiler, Droll, Ghost Ogre, Duelos, Imperm, right? We could just start with that, and then we could start like doubling up on certain one of them that we really like the Imperm is pretty good, of course. Ghost Ogre is really good in this meta. Wouldn't mind having another one of those. Fuelos in a 60 card deck for more max C options potentially. We're on a triple tack here as well. We're already at 58. I really would like to include another engine, but we filled up way faster than I thought we would. I think if I were to include another engine, it would probably be Prank Kids. Although again, let's see. So the Prank Kids engine, how many cards would that actually be in the main deck? That's not even including the extra deck, of which it would also take up a decent amount. Well, it'd really just be two, right? Meow Meow Moo and Doodle Doodle Doo. Because I'm not talking about going full like Battle Butler. Not quite that level of Prank Kids, but they're still really good just as an engine into Spright plays. And of course they play very well with adventure stuff. So it's definitely an option to consider there. But for a main deck, that would require 3 Dropsies and then like at the very least 1 Fansies and like 1 Roxies. I'd probably prioritize Roxies over Fansies, but I still wait because you go Dropsies into Meow Meow for Roxies. Yeah, you would need at least one other Prank Kid, which would be the Fansies. And then honestly, part of the appeal is that you get to play Place for extra starters, but we wouldn't really have room for those either. I do like it though, Spranks. Spranks is always fun. Yeah, the Nimble engine still plays very well with the Adventure engine, as mentioned, because of the Angler. We don't necessarily need 3 Angler here. We could go down to 2, but if we are, we could also drop the Sunfish. That would put us to 56, and it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That still would need to cut 1 card. Which could be a hand trap, but if we're playing 60 cards, I think I'd want to include... Like, how many hand traps do I have here? It's 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Like, that's how many we play in a 40 card deck. I think our last 2 cards actually just need to be more hand traps. I like Droll in this meta quite a bit. So I think we could just do another one of those. Ooh, Kashtira would not be bad either for more bodies. And that wouldn't take up... I mean, that would take up about as many main deck slots, though, right? I guess it depends if you play Fenrir and Raitsoth, which I would want to. It'd be 5. Oh, so many options. So few... so little time is what it feels like here. Also just play like another triple tack. That would be pretty good going second. So this is kind of what I'm leaning towards. This is like the more... safe 60 card adventure sprite build, I guess you could say. As in, it's just got good ratios. It's just a matter of, like, do I want to play a wacky engine? Or do I want to play it safe? We're, like, already playing 60 cards. We might as well play a wacky engine. And I can't think of anything more wacky than Prank Kids. So, you know what? I think I just talked myself into playing Prank Kids. Like, I think Cashier would even just be better, but that still feels a little too safe to me. I want to live on the edge here. So, you know what I'm going to take out? I'm going to take out this Double Cross. Which I don't know. I would still like to try it, but we could take out the third Angler. I'm kind of going to take out stuff that doesn't feel like super duper necessary, like the second Triple Attack I just put in. We could take out that second Droll I just put in. So for Prank Kids, we could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We still need to take out one more card. If we're playing only 2 Angler, we can take out the Sunfish. So, do I think that this is the best way to play Sprite? No, not at all. Do I think this is a fun way to play Sprite? Absolutely. I think we're going to commit to this. So, for other Prank Kids cards, I think, again, it's just going to be Meow Meow Moo and Doodle Doodle Doo. Yeah, because we're not going to commit to full Battle Butler. We just don't have the room for that. Alright, so let's fill out the rest of the extra deck here with other stuff that we need. Let's see here. We, of course, want IP and SP at the bare minimum. And do we need Almirage? I guess if we only open Swap Frog and a bunch of bricks, which is a little bit more realistic in this than a 40-card build, so I'll include it for now. Chat brings up an interesting point. Thunder Dragon Colossus. What is the requirement of that again? I don't think I have to play anything in the main deck for it, right? Thunder Monster's effect was activated in the hand. Do we have... Is Sprite Summon effect doesn't actually activate, but... Prank Kids Fanzy. I don't think... Does this activate in the hand? No, this activates when it's sent to the graveyard. Yeah, we would need to play Nemesis Corridor. Which would take up more main deck slots. That does sound like fun, but I don't... We'd have to... I guess we could take out Red and Carrot. Like, because we're playing 2 of each of those. You know what? We're already getting silly. Let's just do it. Let's do it. I like it. Oops, hang on. That's right, Nemesis is spelled weirdly in the archetype. I'll just search up Corridor. It's Nemesis with E and E. That's right, Nemesis. And then Flag. And there's a party that really wants to just jam Protoss while we're at it anyway. Is that too much? That might actually be too much. I'm not going to jam Protoss too. I want to. I really want to, though. It's like we're already going in this hard. We might as well. We'll just do it. Let's have fun. Let's have some fun. Alright, so is there anything else we have to play in the extra deck? I like having the option to Zeus. And I would like at least one other IP target, ideally. Although, yeah, let me see something real quick. Let me look at this extra deck and see if there's anything I'm like super forgetting. Not really. Okay, I didn't think there was. Shadow Mosquito, I guess, if I'm playing Zeus. But is there anything else that I need to play for my weird... I'll just do it like this. Mosquito. I don't necessarily think so. So let's include another SP target. Let's go for Underworld Goddess. Or not SP target, IP target. You know what I mean. Alright. This is silly. I like this. Let's do it. Let's take this to rank ladder and let's lose that rank we just got playing the Fiendsmith Spright deck. Nah, we're gonna have some fun here. I like the triple tack sleeve, I like the branded board. Where is the... oh, it's this one. And we gotta bring the toad with us. And let's see, I'll put Gigantic in the middle. We'll put Prank Kids and Adventure. Whee! Yeah, we don't need no Fiendsmith here. This is far from the optimal build as far as winning, but it is an optimal build as far as wackiness and fun. Let's hop on it with Adventure Prank Spright. And let's pray to gods we win some coin flips, because we do not play that many hand traps for a 60 card. Well, I mean, I guess 60 cards just really don't play that many hand traps in general. But we're also kind of not playing any board breakers. I really probably should have put droplets in this deck. But, oh well. We're just going to run it. Yeah, okay, I kind of thought something like this might happen. The thing that actually disappoints me more than anything else about this hand is having Beaver and Prank Kids opening, because these are both normal summons, but I think we're going up against Punk. Now, I am actually... oh, they sent Lacrima, that is interesting. I'm actually pretty scared here, because Fiendsmith Punk is an insanely good deck. Like, having piloted it myself a fair bit, when this deck goes first, it feels like you can just do whatever you want. Like, it feels nigh unstoppable. And we don't even have any hand traps to even try to stop it, so we'll see how it goes. We'll just have to see here. Alright, so yeah, they're doing a bunch of pretty standard Punk plays here at the opening. You know, if I'm going to get absolutely wrecked by anything, I'm definitely fine with it being Punk. These being two of my favorite archetypes in Master Duel, it is kind of hard for me to know which side to root for, even though I'm sitting with the Spright deck here. Yeah, it is a bit of a shame. I will say that like other Punk variants just don't really compare to Fiendsmith. Stuff like Gold Pride, yeah, definitely would be really cool to see, but it's like it's so hard to justify anything else other than Fiendsmith. Not even just because, oh, it's Fiendsmith, it's so powerful, but also because Fiendsmith gives Punk like everything that it's missing, which is a really nice, simple way to push through hand traps. Like opening Fiendsmith starter plus Punk starter and being able to go 3-mat Apo before you even attempt your Punk plays is just so unbelievably nice. Okay, now here my opponent has decided to bring back Rising Carp instead of Sharkusai. So that's really interesting. They are going for an extra mat on the Jam Fever instead of giving themselves the option to go into the Amazing Dragon on my turn, which is fine by me, but maybe they'll have another way to revive Sharkusai here. Let's see. It does give them a couple of extra draws, but one of the big appeals of playing Punk is being able to bounce the whole board with Amazing Dragon. So, normal summon Maxi. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, they're using this to pivot into Fiendsmith plays. There's a second where I was like, are you about to go into Sprint and do Spright stuff? Because if so, you opponent are officially the coolest player ever, but no, it seems like we're going into Fiendsmith stuff. I think our opponent could have definitely set up a better end board here. Well, not even I think, I know they could have, for sure. Like, they should have been able to end on 3-mat Apo, plus the ability to go into Amazing Dragon. Plus, with everything they have access to, they probably could have ended on the Jam Fever on top of all that anyway. Okay, Are we... I think we might just be clicking yellow buttons. Oh no. Oh honey, what are you doing? Okay, this might be a bit easier to push through than I had initially anticipated. Faithful Adventure is not a bad draw here at all. Draw phase Maxi is a bit brutal, though. How badly do I want to try to push through that? Now, we could go into our adventure stuff and then bounce the Jam Fever, give them 2 draws, have an Omni negate, or we could just go for it and just play into Max C. You know what? We're already YOLOing the deck that we're playing. Let's just, like, go for it. I probably should have played Fateful Adventure first, though, still. Summon. Could summon Thunder Dragon here, potentially. Yeah, we bait out the Jam Fever really easily here. Oh, that destroys. I actually forgot that destroys. You know what? Okay, this is fine. Because this is kind of what I was originally going to do anyway. With something like this, right? Ghost Ogre on the Fateful. Oh, we knew they had Ghost Ogre, right? Because they searched it. Because it's punk. Huh. So that actually was enough to stop me. Which really makes the shotgun to Max C look a lot less impressive. One of many reasons why I advocate against shotgunning Max C. I think I've said it a million times on the channel and I'll say it here again. I think it is extremely rare for Max C during the draw phase to be worth it. Now, normally I would just concede here because I feel like it would be very easy to find lethal, but I'm gonna give my opponent the opportunity to mess up potentially here. Although if they go, I don't know, we'll see what they do here. If they do this and then also like normal summon as AME, I might just go surrender. Yeah, I forgot Jam Fever negates and destroys. I'm just negated. Okay, sequence F, summon Desiree. So they just need 1200 more damage for lethal. Equipping the Requiem is a good call on their part here. Okay. I think we live this, right? Yeah, we live with 600 left. So they'll have a Desiree negate. That does not destroy. They don't have a Jam Fever negate anymore. We won't be under Max C, which will be nice. Unless they just have another one, which I guess they could, but... They can negate up to 3 cards, but I'm not as really scared of that because it's still just 1 negate, right, at the end of the day. Like, they have to use it at a certain point. So I'm going to go for normal summon Nimble Beaver here again, I think. Oh, God, if only we still had Fateful. Well, actually, we don't really have... We only have 1 more of each Angler and Beaver left in the deck, right? So, yeah, that's actually fine. All right, I'm going to normal summon Beaver here. Desiree? Called by? Okay, that's fine. What if I should special summon Carrot before Blue? There's no reason not to, right? I guess maybe if we're thinking about Nib, but if they're gonna Nib, they're gonna eat their own board anyway, so... Come on, you would have used Desiree here. I got 3 cards, you can negate them all. Oh, you have an Ash Blossom. Okay. That's a little scarier. So... The other scary thing is that, like, I kind of want to go into Sprend, but that doesn't actually even really do enough here. Because Sprend Dump Angler is only going to put 1 body on the board. It would bait out the Desiree, though, and then I could go Sprend plus the remaining monster into Gigantic to try to start mounting a comeback. I think that's how I have to do this here. Figure out this for a second. Yeah, I think that's how I have to do this. Like, if they let it resolve, it's fine. I still just have the same number of bodies anyway. But I actually hope they use Desiree's effect here. Oh, they didn't. Okay. They called my bluff. Or they have another negate for the angler. No, they don't. Okay. This is brutal. So now if we go to Gigantic, they're just going to negate that. Can't really go into SP. I mean, I can, but I can't use Sprint as a material here. But I think we have to go into Gigantic. Desiree does not destroy when it negates. I don't know why I felt the need to check that. Well, because I was wrong about Jam Fever, but... Yep, there we go. Okay. So we could go battle over Jam Fever. Oh, but we can't target Desiree because of the Requiem and SP targets on both effects, I believe. Yes. Ooh, that's a bit of a problem. We could go into Elf, but that doesn't do enough. We're gonna use Blue's effect this turn, right? Yeah. Oh, because the negate, we can't even battle over Jam Fever. That's rough, yeah. We're probably just about done here. Because we can't even Zeus, unfortunately. Because we can't, like, live the battle. Is there any way... We'd have to... Wait, oh, but we can't... We'd have to go into Shadow Mosquito. And, like, we could go link into Elf and revive something, but you can't summon Shadow Mosquito with Elf as a material. You can only do that for Gigantic, so... Oh, I think this is about gonna do it. We're only at 600 life points left. Yeah, that's rough. Oh well. That's rough, because that felt very... Well, here's the thing. That game shouldn't have been winnable, but then it felt winnable. But then the fact that then it wasn't won, I think it makes it feel a little bit bad. But let's go into the next one here. Let's get one more. Where we actually do stuff, hopefully. Hopefully. Alright, winning the coin flip, that's a good sign. Yeah, if they had Ognum, well, they could have done a lot of stuff there that would have won them the game, but they didn't do. Ooh. It's a solid opening hand. Doesn't look too different from what we're used to seeing, but... we have a ton of options here. We can start with Swap Frog, discarding the Angler. We can even chain block the Angler by doing it this way. You go chain link 1 Angler, chain link 2 Swappy. There you go, chain Maxi. Okay. So let's see. That's too bad we're not playing Appaloosa in this variant. We'll just send Ronan. And, I mean, we're going to get one draw either way, so we might as well summon 2 bodies here. Alright, now, let me think for a second. Do I want to special summon any more before I hand rip them? I think I would like to go potentially into Little Knight. That would be better. Is it worth going into Little Knight to give them 1 draw? Probably. I have to imagine it. Combined with the triple attack hand grip, it would be. I'd like to get out Red or Carrot, but we can't do that without giving them multiple draws. So I think... Yeah, I think we gotta go SP here. Shadow Mosquito is an interesting option, potentially, but I don't think it's quite enough. I'll just use the Beavers as a material. Actually, you know what? I'll use Swap Frog as a material to make sure it gets in the graveyard for Ronan on a future turn, potentially. Don't want them to start, like, randomly putting up a banish or something. Alright, and now let's hand rip them. Oh, hello, Flu. This hand's terrifying. Flu with the cannon? Wow. So, map does require them to have a Fluandereeze monster. This also requires them to have a winged beast. So it looks like putting back Rabina and hoping they don't rip another Flu off the top of their deck is going to end up being the best option here. It's called by map, Cowrie, Storm, and Cannon. Alright. Alright, let's see what they top deck. Alright, I like that they're not, like, immediately jamming out a play here. I feel like if they top deck a Fluandereeze monster, they would have slapped map down, like, right off the bat. This makes me feel like they top decked something that was non-engine. It's Fuelos. Oh, but they can Cowrie, because this is a wing beast, right? That was okay, that's interesting. So this set everything besides map. We know map is the last card in hand. So Cowrie called by... Oh, Featherstorm is live because the Fuelos is up. Okay. This is interesting. I mean, I would rather, like, get the Featherstorm out of the way sooner rather than later. Let's go special blue and see what happens here. Let's see what they do. Yep, there's Featherstorm. Alright, that's fine. At least, like I said, it's out of the way. I don't need to use SP here. This is fine. Called by Cowrie. What was the last card? Shoot, I already forgot what the last card was. Now we do still have options. So it says I can't negate any monster effects your opponent activates. That's for the rest of the turn. Okay. I feel like having access to Little Knight is probably still optimal. Yeah, we could just go into like a rank 2 and then just Zeus them on their turn, which is probably just gonna be the best way to do it. Let's use Shadow Mosquito to do that because this doesn't look like a game where we're probably gonna Shadow Mosquito OTK. And we can just use the Nimble Beaver and Spright Blue on our field. I think that's fine. Because they didn't have Imperm. That wasn't the last card. I don't like that I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but it's fine. This is the exact kind of game where Downer would be super good. We don't need to activate this. Okay. Let's see if they do anything here. Little Knight plus Zeus is definitely a good combination to have. Oh, yeah, we should have battled with SP. I was so focused, I was so, like, linearly focused on getting the Zeus out. Yeah, we definitely should have battled here. Oh well. Fluandereeze and the Advent of Adventure. That's fine. Okay, so they have Rabina and Map in hand. So we're going to need to time this Zeus well. Oh, they just went normal summon Rabina? Okay. That makes this a lot simpler. I thought they were going to start with the... Well, no, it would have been a lot simpler if they started with the map. So... Okay. Let me think about this. Because we don't even have to Zeus right now. I could threaten with the... SP. I could SP tag out itself in Rabina, which would also stop it from getting hit with the board wipe. They add the Eaglin, normal summon. Let's let them add first. I want them to add Eaglin first. There we go. They do have Cowrie. But I think now I can chain Zeus and I'm fine. Like, as in, I can stop their plays. Because they won't have a level 1 winged beast. This adds a level 7 or higher. I guess I could still... Well, no, because if I wait, then they'll get the normal summon, and that'll resolve. So I think I have to do this now. Does it matter? I don't think it super matters which one I do here. While this card is banished, you can add this card to your hand. I'll just do Eaglin, sure. Yep, there's Cowrie. Oh, but they can add now. That's fine, because now they can't... Now they have to normal summon the other level 1. They can't normal summon the level 7 yet, so I can still Zeus. Little Knight can't tag out now, which is a bit of a shame, but... Yeah, that only stops stuff that's in attack position. Okay, so they're going to banish a card in the graveyard, then they get another normal summon. But the last 2 cards in their hand are Impen and... No, now they'll have Eaglin, because that got banished. Right. So they'll still be able to use Map for an extra normal summon. Let me read Impen again real quick. Tribute summon monster. I don't want them to add the spell trap. That's kind of one of the main things I'm worried about here. So if I Zeus here... Well, they lose their normal summon from Stree. They'll only have 1 more summon off the map. I think this is the right time to Zeus. I hope I'm not wrong about that. It's been so long since I've played against Flu. Yeah, there's Callby. We knew that was down there. I shouldn't have detached blue to play around Callby. I guess it still would have hit like Swap or Ronin. Actually, it's better for Callby to hit blue than Ronin, so that's actually completely fine. So they'll have Eaglin. They can normal summon Eaglin. But then they won't have a level 1 to reveal for a map. And then they still won't be able to summon Impen. Oh, they banished Ronin with Stree. That's why they didn't. Right, of course. I'm pretty sure map requires... Oh, but they can add back the Stree! No! RIP! I knew there was something I was forgetting. It was the Stree getting banished. Oh, I forgot these things always banish when they leave the field. Although, they've already used the effect of Stree. Oh, but they haven't used Toucan. But this will give them an extra normal summon, right? Aren't they out of normal summons now? Because they used the extra one from map. They already activated. Yes, they are out of normal summons. Ooh, that's what I thought. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, so we know the 2 cards in hand. They're not hand traps. We have Gamma Burst. Blue got hit with Called By. So if we special blue, that doesn't actually get an extra body here. Let me do some math real quick. I don't need to do math. I'm just gonna go for red here. Oh, I want a special. What do we still have in deck? Do we still have... We don't have all of our Nimble stuff, right? No. So I think it's probably best to go for Elf here. And then we can Elf F to revive Swap. I guess it doesn't super matter. I'm just trying to think if we have enough damage. If I were to go into like a gigantic, 3,200 gigantic plus whatever it summons, 33,000 plus 32. Yeah, that should be enough. I'm just going to go for it. We'll see. Although I should probably sprint if I'm going to go for it. Like boom, boom, sprint, dump the angler to summon out the beaver, gigantic. I'd still have 2 elves. I don't think it super matters though. Elf bring back SP, but I need to make a 3200 gigantic to be able to lethal here. I know I'm in the mode where I'm overthinking this right now. I'll just go for elf. I actually should have not gotten red. I should have gotten carrot to then summon red off of gigantic. But that's not going to matter too much, hopefully. Let me switch this to attack mode while I'm thinking about it. And then... they have 1500. Yeah, this should be lethal. God, if they hadn't banished Ronin. Oh, I could detach from Zeus. That's funny. I'm not going to do that, though. Let's see. I'm 2 locked, so adding off of this doesn't do a ton, but it's also just one of the bigger monsters I have access to anyway, so why not? Sure. Alright, and then we'll do the starting damage calc. Oh my god, barely. Oh, oh, we got there. I was confident that was enough, but that was still closer than I would have preferred. Alright. So we had a couple of fun games there. I think for this particular video, that's going to go ahead and do it. We'll give you all one more look at the build here. As I mentioned in my previous video, I'm actually currently live on stream right now. So if ever in the future you're interested, this is of course for those watching the stream right now, for YouTube folks in the future. If you're ever interested in checking this content as it's being made, definitely go ahead and give a follow and or sub over on Twitch, or you can give a sub over here on YouTube, because I actually stream on both platforms. But yeah, had some fun here. Might mess around with this kind of a 60 card sprite builds. Definitely let me know if you want to see more of this. But for those watching on YouTube, that's going to do it for now. Thanks so much for watching. We're going to move to the outro. But again, folks, here on the stream, we're going to keep going. So that was cool. We got a couple of fun games out of that. Got it to complete another mission there. Guess they couldn't bird up. Not quite. Not quite. I was so worried about the timing of that Zeus. Like, that was nerve-wracking. Because it super mattered when we used it, honestly. Alright, so let's see. Let's do some more laddering here. I think I'm going to switch back to Fiendsmith Spright. There's part of me that kind of wants to try out this more pure build without Fiendsmith as well. But the more I look at this, the more I'm like, what really is the pro of not running the Fiendsmith cards here, right? A couple of extra deck slots for stuff that's kind of like situationally useful. The ability to play Dominus Impulse. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't feel like the appeal is there, personally. Tri-Brigades? Yeah, so Tri-Brigade Spright is something I do want to try as well. But I think I might do that next stream, because I want to get a bit of a refresher on it, honestly. I'm not, like, as familiar with... I mean, I know the general combo lines, but I know sequencing super matters. I just want to do a little bit more research, I think, before I jump into that one. But that'll probably be next stream. We'll play Tri-Sprite. I also just want to test more Fiendsmith Spright. Like, I want to see how good this really feels before I start going into, like, a ton of other Sprite builds. You don't have too much normals. Yeah, that 60 card list has a ton of normal summon conflict. I'm not going to deny that at all. That's something that we accepted as we were building the deck, is that this is not not this one here. Let me go back to the actual deck that we're talking about. This one that I just played here. Yeah, this is not an optimal list. This is I will not argue that point at all. There are definitely too many normal summon points of conflict here. I definitely agree. Sure, I could send a replay of Try Sprite. Yeah, feel free to send that to the channel in the Discord server, the viewer special submissions. I will definitely feel free to, or I will take a look at that rather. Feel free to submit there. Yeah, I think for the time being, we're going to switch back over to Fiendsmith Spright. I think I am going to try cutting this triple attack like I was talking about doing earlier, and going down to 41. Yeah, I like this list. I'm not going to change anything else for now. And we are still going to do Pokemon Pocket today. I just want to do a little more Master Duel ranked first. Yeah, change decks. Go back to Fiendsmith Spright. Alright, let's see if we can ladder a little more. Climb up in ladder, that is. Is there anything we're using the Super Heavy Samurai engine in a deck is optimal? Synchron. I think that's probably still optimal. This is a weird hand. You can play it in Sword Soul and Centurion as well. It might be the optimal way to play Sword Soul, honestly. Basically, anything that, like, really relies on a level 8 synchro, you can definitely consider playing super heavy in it. But as far as, like, optimal, yeah, I'd probably say Synchron. Okay, this is interesting, because is this actually going to be Kashtira, or is this going to be something else? I'm trying to debate if I want to fire off Max C here. I'm not going to just yet. I want to see what they add off Fenrir first. Tier Cash. So I think this is Tearlament. It is Tearlament. I'm glad I held my Maxi. I don't run Impulse in this list because we're playing Fiendsmith. Oh, they had Ash Blossom. That's brutal. Yeah, we're not playing Dominus Impulse in this list because we're playing Fiendsmith. And I think the Fiendsmith engine is better than playing Impulses. Probably. I think that's probably true. I'm not going to say it's 100% true, but... In Pure, yeah, we have Impulses in our Pure list. Wow, they had Havnus in hand too. That's brutal. No worries, yeah, no worries. I've been bouncing between lists a lot today, so it's definitely understandable. I don't expect everyone to automatically know what I'm on every time. You're all good. I definitely agree that 40 is way better than 60 for Sprite. But like I said, there were a lot of YouTube comments that wanted to see a 60 card build, so I thought I'd oblige. Would they take Requiem? They took Requiem. That's completely fine. I guess it is probably the best thing to take since I play 2 of each Gigantic and Elf. There's no obvious hit there. I think Sprint might have actually been the better take for my opponent. That cuts me off of bodies. But I think it's debatable between Sprint and Requiem. It's arguable. Yeah, I really like the I really like this mate base on the branded board. I agree. I think it's really cool. The branded board in general, the music is excellent. It looks really good. Wow, this person's popping off here. Yeah, our hand sucks. So I might just concede. Yeah, you know what? Especially with them adding Havnus, I'm actually just going to concede here. I don't really think we can play through this anymore. Alright, let's go to the next one. getting rolled by Tear feels bad because there's an element of luck. Yeah, I mean, there is, but, like, the odds are so in Tear's favor anyway that, like, it doesn't feel that RNG to me. I mean, it is, don't get me wrong, but they hit more often than not anyway, so I don't tend to feel super bad when they do. This hand's a little weird, but still fine. I don't like opening this Angler, but obviously we love having Engraver plus Beaver. Time for you to go to sleep. Work starts in 7 hours. You did earn some gift subs. I really appreciate that, Ski, your gift subs from the last stream. Definitely hope you have a good night and get some good rest there. Take care. You know what's funny is we could have actually discarded Angler there. That's something I hadn't really considered before. Obviously, we still discard Lurie, but if you really want to, you could discard Angler off of Tract instead. But we're not going to be doing that, of course. Now, I will say, and I kind of touched on this before, the thing that I kind of don't like about starting with Fiendsmith in this Sprite deck in particular is the fact that... I blanked there for a second. It's the fact that we kind of have to go into Desiree from here instead of Appaloosa, just because we're not going to really be able to go into Elf or anything. Although, let me think about this for a moment, because we do actually have... Like, we have Tract in the yard. We could go into... if we didn't have Nimblebeaver in hand, I would consider this a lot more. Basically going Fiendsmith Lacrima and setting up a Sprint here. But it's like, we already have Beaver, so we can just do that. Although this actually sucks, because this actually doesn't really let us go into our full Sprint line. So I don't even think Normal Summon Nimblebeaver is the best play here. That sounds really weird, but I actually think Normal Summon Angler is better. But let's do Fiendsmith stuff first. Let me activate this Engraver. I think if I had to say, this is probably the biggest drawback of Fiendsmith Spright versus other variants, is the fact that you do... It's a little bit contradictory, at least the way that I am playing the deck here, because normally Fiendsmith and Spright are independently pretty good at playing around Nib. Wow, Cycle Reader! The hard counter. Don't do this, by the way, just play Bestial monsters. But yeah, normally Fiendsmith and Spright are both independently pretty good at playing around Nib, but the way I kind of have my deck built, that's not necessarily the case. Also, I can still Tract here for an extra body if I fuse the Sequence plus the Engraver. Oh, that's really funny. I'm definitely going to do that. SoftCon Games, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, this is where Caesar would go pretty hard. Let's bring back... get Lacrima, actually. Please negate this. Still normal summoned, right? Nope. Good. Ghost Ogre, that's also completely fine. Yes, please special summon Lacrima. Let's activate Fiendsmith Lacrima. I'll put back the Sequence. Alright, we still actually have Engraver is live. Or no, that's Requiem. Not Engraver, never mind. Okay, yeah, let's just go into Sprend now. I'm going to use Angler to do it, which looks really weird, but this actually gets us more bodies. Because now we can dump the remaining Angler, some of the remaining Beavers, and we'll just use this Beaver for a follow-up play. If they do have a negate for this Sprend, I am going to be upset, but it doesn't seem like they do. Perfect. Ooh, that was almost bad. Ooh, I almost clicked select with only one of them. That was real close. Gigantic. Alright, let's get blue. Blue F. Or Jet. Jet F. They still have something here. Wonder what their quick effect is. It's not Nib anymore because we already resolved Gigantic. Take starter. Let me think here for a second. So we're obviously gonna go into Elf. We can do that with, yeah, let's do that with these two. And then what do we have in here? Anything interesting to bring back? Not especially. Okay, that's fine. Just kind of thinking about how I want to do this, because we're definitely going to bring back one of these twos and make IP. I guess I'll just leave Gigantic on the field. Because we're going to start her for red, I think, to counter monster effects would probably be best here. And, like, if I really wanted to, right, I could link red and Gigantic into SP, and then go IP into Appaloosa, and Elf bring back red on their turn. But that feels so extra. I think this is fine. Another psych. Don't play this. Play Bestial monsters. Do you see how much better Bestials would have been for my opponent here than these Cycle Readers? They would have had multiple bodies on board and more threatening effects that I would have had to have negated. They could be playing an Ally of Justice deck, that is true. Or play DD Crow at the very least. I get it banishes two, but you can banish one and stop them as well. That is very easy to do. Normal summon Ether Barrel. Do I want to negate and destroy this? This sets it to the field, right? I can just Little Knight whatever they set. So I don't feel the need to negate that. And if I'm gonna Little Knight, I would rather do it with something I revive off of Elf. So let's do that now. Let's go Elf for Jet and add a starter for follow-up plays. What do you think of Madolche in this meta? I haven't played Madolche in a minute. It's not a deck I would mind revisiting, though. I enjoy it quite a bit. It's got a lot of good built-in graveyard disruption with the Glassiflay. So yeah, I think if you go first with it into this, Fiendsmith meta, there's a lot of really good potential there. Madolche is a criminally underrated deck. It's a lot better than people give it credit for. I'm not saying it's like a sleeper tier 1, 2, or even 3 deck, but a lot of people just don't even consider it at all. But I think it's a mid, if not upper rogue level deck for sure. Ooh, I should have used Max C at the end of that in case they link into Spirit here. It's probably not Blue Eyes, but it could be in theory still. It's probably Primite Fiendsmith control though. If they're playing Blue Eyes and playing multiple Cycle Readers, that is the most greedy Blue Eyes player ever. It's still very greedy to play multiple Cycle Reader. Again, just play Bestials. Especially in this deck, where you can go into Spheres. Like, Bestials are so good in this deck. Playing multiple Cycle Reader is so greedy. They're thinking. If they try to go battle phase and hit over Elf, I'll probably just let them. I don't really care if they hit over Elf. Yeah, go for it. I mean, there's not really much I could do about it anyway, but it's like, I don't really care if they battle here. If they crash into SP, that's honestly also just fine. I mean, it'd be a little annoying. I mean, either way, it'd be a little annoying, but... Yeah, they're just gonna battle over Elf, yep. I'm not gonna bother firing off Max C, because they've already demonstrated they're probably not about to go into Spirit. Yeah, this is fine. What you got? What else do you have? Anything? I kind of feel like they're trying to do Fiendsmith plays. Oh, they have another Lordly load. Ooh. That sucks. Yeah, this is fine. Well, I mean, it's fine as in there's nothing I can really do in response. Drill Beam. They can't activate unless they have a normal monster in hand. Oh, they do have a normal monster in hand. Oh, they have a Primite card in hand, I see. It was another Lordly load. Also, let me think about this for a moment. They're Drill Beaming red. If I activate Little Knight to tag, they can use Lordly load to summon. Wait, I could SP and tag out Ether Barrel here, which would not only deny them the ability to link into anything like a Spheres, but they also would not be able to recycle Drill Beam. That's the play. And we can even tag out the red that they're targeting and their Ether Barrel. That's so good. That's so good. Nice Drill Beam. Nice Drill Beam! What's up, Bad? I'm doing pretty well. Hope you are as well. It's really easy to forget that Little Knight does not have to tag herself out. For me, anyway. I always forget that. I'm like, oh yeah, this card's just broken. See ya, Drill Beam. Rest in pieces. Yeah, the only action they have left here is summoning off Lordly Load, which we can chain to Max C2, and we'll just get them a vanilla body that doesn't do anything by itself. Drill Beam needs a Primite monster to reset, right? Yes, it does not reset if they only control vanilla. New ban list is out. New ban list is in fact out, and we are running Spright. We've already ranked up from Diamond 5 to Diamond 4. We did that right away. It was very, very quick. There we go. Love to see it. You love to see that. Alright. Still on the pile? No. We're back to Fiendsmith Spright. We are back to the Fiendsmith Spright. Okay, let's keep going. Going first, love to see it. See what our hand looks like. Fantastic. Fantastic hand. That summons off a level or rank 2, but that's actually still fine. I think we'll go into Desiree and then just normal summon blue and then use that to go into Spright plays. Hey, what's going on? 13 seasons? New to the stream? I am too, kinda. This is my only second stream back after almost a year hiatus from Twitch, and I only streamed on YouTube a couple of times before that, but yeah, we are back. Oh, they have Valor or Imperm, because they didn't get past priority until I had an effect monster on the field. But yeah, we're back, and gonna be multi-streaming a lot more often. Moving forward. Do you run into any issues with this deck running less hand traps? I'm not playing less hand traps. I'm playing 12 hand traps in this deck, which is pretty standard for me across all my decks. And we're only on 41 cards, so it's not like we're playing too many here. I did just cut triple attack. It was Valor, by the way. Do I want to call by this Valor? I don't actually have to, funny enough. I could get away with not using call by and just normal summoning Sprite Blue and going into, you know, plays here, but I don't think they have another hand trap, so I'm gonna call by here. I think if they had Maxi, they would have used it by now. If they had Foolish, they would have used it by now. If they had Ash, they probably would have used it by now, I have to imagine. On, like, Requiem. Okay. You know, we don't even have to normal summon Sprite Blue. We could normal summon our extra Ash Blossom here if we don't end up needing to use it, which I don't think we will at this point. You got a third, you got a Royal Sprite Blue as your third one? That is awesome! Congrats! Love to see it. We love to see the Royal Sprite cards. Hey, even if they're not in my collection, I'm just glad that more of them exist in the world. That's a good pull, congrats. They have Nib! Ah! They have Nibiru! Ooh, okay, so this is interesting. Now that we know they have a Nibiru, how do we want to proceed here? If we think they have Nib, we should probably just make an Appaloosa, right? Which means I should summon Fiendsmith's Lacrima instead of Desiree. Arg! I don't like this. They could also be bluffing me. You know what? I just don't want to throw if I don't have to. And I feel like this might be a bluff. I'm just going to operate on the assumption they're bluffing me. We don't play High King, and this is now... There have been a few times where I think I might try to make room for that, honestly, moving forward. Because this is not the first scenario where it would have been nice. Yeah, I think maybe after this game, we'll look at the extra deck again and see if we really can't find room for Caesar. It's a Nib, alright. I think there is still a shot it could be a bluff. We're gonna find out. I kind of think it's a Nib now, too. I didn't think for a second, but the way they toggle off there makes me think it is actually Nib, because now they know that we're onto them. Ooh, okay, they should have definitely nibbed me there, because the token would have had less than 3,000 defense. It was a misplay to let me go into Gigantic. Now my token's gonna have 4k defense. It's not Nib! I knew it! I had a good old-fashioned feeling. I had a good old-fashioned feeling that it was not Nib. Or maybe it was and they just missed their timing, but... I had this intuition. I did. Oh, I should have summoned Swamp Frog, because I already had Sprite Blue in my hand. What am I doing? Ah, a misplay on my part. That was the whole reason I normal summoned Ash Blossom. Rip me. Oh well. Oh, we should definitely get this Requiem on the Desiree here. There was something about the way, I don't know how to describe it. There's something about the way that they did it that made me feel like, let me actually try to put it in words. It was just so convenient, right? It was so convenient they were getting past priority, and then it stopped after the Valor, and then it was so fast after the 5th summon. I was like, this feels a little bit off. Almirage is for if you open Swap Frog and nothing else, then you can still full combo. Without it, you wouldn't be able to. Still kicking myself for that Swap Frog. Let me think about this for a second. Elf Revive, IP. We could keep the Gigantic around. Let's do that. I actually wish I would have put Gigantic here now instead, but it's not really going to matter that much. I am still kicking myself for not summoning Swap Frog. That would have let me end on IP as well. But I guess even that's a little debatable how good that is. Although we do still have the Appaloosa to go into, so I think, yeah, it would have been worth it to go into, or to be able to go into SP plus IP. I think it's a Bestial too, I agree. Because that's the other thing that can't be activated until you have a monster on field, right? And that was when our opponent started getting past priority. Kind of debating if I want to go into Elf or... I mean, not Elf. Red or Carrot here. I'm actually going to go into Red if I think they're about to drop a Bestial on me. I could still Special Blue and go into SP here. That might actually be worth it. It is, right? It's gotta be, yeah. Okay, so not going into Swap Frog only causes me to miss out on one body here. It's not the end of the world. They don't have anything for me to banish, so I won't. Yeah, so I think I agree. Was it Arcane Ape that said that? Yeah, I agree. I think they have a Bestial monster. Is that really the only difference if I summon a Swap Frog is that I would have a Ronin right here? I think it is, actually. Yeah, that is the only difference, isn't it? Okay, that makes me feel less bad about that misplay. But it is still one less material on this Appaloosa, so... Always worth thinking about. Trying to build a Fiendsmith Snake Eye, but it's costing me an arm and a leg. I don't think either of those have secret packs yet, do they? Snake Eye doesn't have a secret pack, right? I don't think it ever got... Excuse me, I don't think it ever got one. Oh, it does? Oh, okay. I guess it does have enough URs for it, right? Even if Poplar's at 1, there's still Flamberge and Doom Dragon, and... It's probably in the Diabell Star pack. I wonder what our opponent was playing. I'm curious, let me see. Oh, they were also on Fiendsmith control. Yeah, so they probably had a Bestial monster in hand. If I had to guess. It's with... Oh, that's right! That's right! Snake Eye is in the same pack as Evil Tiles. Well, is Lars at least in that pack? If Lars is one of the featured URs in that pack, then that's not so bad, actually, at all. Because Lars is really good. And you could even play it in Snake Eye if you really wanted to. With Millennium and Fiendsmith stuff. And is pretty good. Yeah, we'll just start with normal summon Angler here. Go for Jet. I don't need to special summon Jet before Sprint here because we have Starter, and not doing so also plays around Nib better. So we'll just do that. Alright, Sprint F. Dump our our other angler. Angler F. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Beaver? Beaver? Alright, let's go for Gigantic. Oh, I said I was going to look at this extra deck again. Well, it's not even just Caesar. I kind of want to play like a Gin Buster in here too. I think that would also not be bad. There have been a couple of times where I do kind of want access to another negate for rank 2s. Alright, we already did blue and jet, and we have starters, so we can definitely special SWAT Frog off this Gigantic. Send Ronin. Alright, it's the elf. Okay. Dang, Spright feels a lot better than I thought it would, actually. I mean, you all know I love this deck. I feel good playing it, but I mean, as far as, like, winning with it, I'm gonna keep rolling. You know what? We're doing well. I don't like, interrupting a nice little win streak here, so let's just see if we can get a rank up here real quick. Ooh, rank up mirror. That's always exciting. Get to go first here. What's your opinion on the Melfi package in this deck? I honestly just am not a fan of needing to put the 2 cards in the main deck. I talked about this a little bit earlier, but I think that Gin Buster... Wow, this is kind of a weird hand. It's a lot of Fiendsmith stuff in the opener here. I kind of think that Gin Buster might just be better, because it gets you a negate without having to... Oh god, this is a really weird hand. Why did I add Lacrima? I shouldn't have done that. Because I thought I was going to normal summon it, but, like, no, I'm definitely not doing that. That was a huge misplay. Wow, that was brutal. Might just be worth it to activate the graveyard effect of Tract here. Yeah, that's the other thing too with Fiendsmith. You know, if you want an extra Omni Negate, you can just go for like Desiree, right? And if you're also gonna eat main deck slots to do it, it does eat a lot more extra deck slots to play Fiendsmith, though. That's definitely not something I will deny. This is we have Requiem. Yeah, that's fine. Wait. Yeah. Okay, this is fine. This is such an awkward way to go about it. I should not have added Lacrima the Crimson Tears. I was not thinking. Okay, that's not Nib, because that's only 4 summons. And we still have Engraver's Effect. That's actually pretty good here. That's actually really good, because we can still use that for an extra body for Spright plays. Okay, things could have definitely gone worse. Saronir. Ooh. Oh, so it's branded. Okay. Well, I should have guessed with the sleeves. Maybe. Oh. Alright. Pure Spright got top 3 in the Japanese DC Preparation Cup. Oh, that's interesting. That is definitely really cool. You know, I might just keep this Desiree around and link it off with IP to, like, get another removal on their turn. Probably how I'm going to go about this. Let's make Sprend with these. Marcel Haysford, thank you for the follow. Alright, summon out the beavers. And go for a gigantic. Yeah, I really like the idea of linking off this Desiree during my opponent's turn. Getting some more disruption out of it. We need blue here, right? Yeah, because we haven't... Well, I guess we have starter. We don't technically need blue, but we'll get it anyway. Because we already did Swap Frog stuff, and we haven't Elf to revive swap yet. Yeah, we'll do it this way. And then now we can... Yeah, because this will give us access to red and carrot going into their turn. It'll be extra nice. We'll just add red here, that's fine. Boom Boom Elf. We still have Engraver. Oh, we two-locked ourselves too early. Dang it, I was supposed to summon Engraver first. Huge misplay on my part. Missed out on a body. Probably not gonna matter. Because, like, I'll be real, once you have access to Swap Frog, that's like all the bodies you really need for any given Sprite turn, but still would have been nice to have the extra body. At the end of the day, if nothing else, it's like an extra material for a potential Appaloosa. You preach into the choir as far as missing, missing Chaos Ruler. You and me both. Now we can make IP. Oh, you know what? Ooh, this is gonna be really good. Because I can make SP and I can even banish the Saronir. Yeah, check this out. Oh, this is gross, actually. This is really good. Wait, this is actually insane. Yeah, get rid of Saronir. Ronan is not once per turn. Nope. Card is broken. And like, God, imagine if the Desiree had an equip too. But even without the equip, we can still use Desiree as a material with IP to go into Appaloosa during their turn to not only set up more negates, but also send one of their cards on the field. Okay, yeah, looks like they're trying to set up Branded Fusion in the yard by sending Retribution here. Yeah, we don't really care about this resolving, right? How many hand traps? We play 12 hand traps. 1 Valor, 2 Droll, 2 Maxi, 3 Ash Blossom, 1 Nib, 2 Imperm. What is this fusion deployment? This is fine. Oh, Ghost Ogre was the one I forgot. Revealing Mirror Jade, so they're going for Albaz. We can just chain Little Knight. On itself and you. Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, I love the Little Knight counter to Albaz. It's so good. This will keep going. Like I said, I like riding win streaks. I don't like stopping if I'm coming in hot. And yeah, we're already up to Diamond 3, which is kind of wild. We've been winning a fair amount of coin flips, that definitely helps, but it's not like it's been every single one of them. Ooh. Okay, this hand still has plays, but this hand is definitely more awkward. It's too bad I don't have access to Swap Frog. Yeah. Dang. Alright. That's fine. Hopefully. I was gonna say, Ash Blossom on Engraver right there would actually just end my turn, funnily enough. That happens a lot more often than people give credit for, I think. Like, I don't know. When to Ash Blossom the Fiendsmith engine is a very interesting point of debate. I don't think using it on track tier is ever right, just in case I have another Light Fiend in hand. Like, if you were gonna do an early Ash Blossom like that, I think it should have been against my initial Engraver. But there's some people who wait for Requiem, and I understand that, but if they lead with Engraver, they still get an extra body if you wait for Requiem, so... Track discarding. Yeah, I thought about that earlier. About potentially doing that. I'm not going to Ash Blossom Roar here. I'm going to wait for the... what do you call it? Wishes, that one. That was probably them testing for Ash Blossom, though. Ooh, they do still get to go into a 9 here. There's Wishes, okay. Discarding Majesty. I like seeing the Majesty getting discarded there. So they're going to go for Spirit Dragon. Oh, they have a quick effect response. What would that be? It'd have to be the last card in their hand, right? Because they already used... No, they didn't use True Light, so that was True Light's effect. Okay, never mind. Primite Roar is not once per turn. I didn't realize that, actually. It's kind of funny. This doesn't do piercing, right? No, it just attacks everything. Normal Summon Effect Veiler is their last card. Oh, that lets them go... Well, they would be able to go into Spirit with Eyes of Blue anyway. But they wouldn't be able to also Synchro into Spirit Dragon if they had. So that did actually matter for them. But does having Mausoleum matter for them here? Maiden already specialed its... Oh, but they can use the Maiden F to special... Okay, so they can go into double Spirit Dragon here. That's pretty rough. Which kind of decks use more than one Roar? Primite Fiendsmith Control does a fair amount of the time. Play like 2 or 3 Roar. Probably 2 more often than 3, but... Yeah, that's definitely a deck where you could use more than one Roar. Same with like the Magic-y variant of that deck too. They get to reset Majesty with the Tyrant. Oh, that's right. I always forget the Tyrant can set a spell, not a spell trap card, but a trap card specifically. Yeah, that is pretty brutal. So they'll probably keep the Tyrant, yep, as they go to battle here. Reset the Majesty. They can still go into double Spirit for my turn. It's pretty Jover for us here. I think I might just go ahead and click the surrender. I don't know. We'll see what we top deck. Is there anything we could top deck here that would like completely bail us out? I really don't think there is. Oh, they're just gonna... Oh no, we're still at 3,800. I was gonna say, they're just gonna finish us off here, but... Not quite. Triple attack? I don't even have any plays to go with it, though, unfortunately. Like, I don't have a play to make that would bait them into using an effect. Unless my opponent just ends up being really trigger happy. I guess I could, in theory, like, normal summon Angler. Steal one of their things, go into Sprint. Let's see what we top deck at the very least. That actually might... Hold on. That's actually, like, probably the best possible top deck we could have gotten. We can chain block the Nimble Angler F, so like the ultimate Spirit Dragon negate actually just doesn't even matter here, and we already have Ronin in the graveyard. I'm glad I didn't surrender here. Let me let's just see what we got going on. Chain Link 1 Angler, Chain Link 2 Swamp Frog. Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon is a when the effect of a spirit of the effect in the graveyard is activated. So because the Angler is chain blocked, it's not even just because it's a win. It's because it's chain blocked in general. Spirit Dragon can only react if the last thing on the chain link was a graveyard effect. Oh, but I can only summon one. That's what you mean. That's what you mean. Oh no, you said graveyard movement, but it does actually only let me get out one Nimble Beaver here, which I didn't consider. And I guess they do just have Majesty anyway. Well, hang on. No, I still have plays. Because I can go... Oh, but now they'll be able to use the Graveyard Negate if I try to, like... do I have multiple swaps? No, just the one. Yeah, so, like, I go to activate Ronin. They activate Blue Eyes Spirit F. Otherwise, I could have special to Ronin, normal Ash Blossom, go into Sprint, but they still have the Spirit F to go into their level 12, which they're going to do now, which will let them go into Sifir, which would also stop me from making further plays. It was kind of closer than it looked, but no, we still had 2 leftover effects that we can push through. Dang. Well, we can surrender at this point, though. GG's, opponent. GG's. Okay, let me see quick. Let me go into the deck here. Now, yeah, we've been talking... Oops, don't minimize that. We've been talking a fair bit about making room in the extra deck for some stuff to help us out, particularly against Nib. The big one being... I actually have it bookmarked here. The Caesar. Because it's actually pretty easy for us to make Caesar and then pivot into other plays. So I'm thinking probably Almirage is what we're going to cut for Caesar, because Almirage has one use. If we open Swap Frog in 4 non-engine, but the odds of that happening are fairly low. I'm not good enough at math to know exactly what they are, but I know they're low enough to not really have to realistically worry about that a lot of the time. So I think that actually is probably the best thing to cut here. I like keeping Appaloosa as another thing to go into off of IP. Also having another option for Fiendsmith stuff is good for that. Shadow Mosquito and Zeus I still really like. Not only for the pilot, but also the OTK, and I think Zeus is a good option to have. Yeah, I think let's cut Almirage here. Or Caesar. And let's run it back for at least a few more games before we switch over to for Pokemon Pocket. I'm not going to do like a ton of Pokemon Pocket when we switch to that, but I have a fair amount of packs to open, and probably do a little bit of ranked, because I'm still like in Pokeball. I've just not been playing ranked on Pocket like at all. Just haven't had time. Hand's pretty good. Any hand where you get Swap Frog, or like any 1-card starter plus Sprite starter, always feels really good, because then you don't have to worry about Nib as much. I mean, we could go into Gigantic right off the bat here and not worry about Nib at all, but then we don't get to go into Sprint and we lose out on bodies as a result. We already have a starter, so let's get Gamma Burst. Kind of gives away what I have in my hand, but it's not really that big of a deal. We're going to use it anyway, so they'll know about it in like a minute or two. Pocket is fun, I agree. I actually like the gameplay a decent bit too, not just the collecting aspect of it. Let's summon Beaver. Beaver. Feel like they have a Nib. You gotta do it now. There it is. That's fine. We have plays around it. I could have started for red to play around it, which I probably should have done. Well, but I wanted to... I could have gotten the blue off the gigantic. Yeah, that was a misplay on my part. It's actually not that big of a deal, though, in the grand scheme of things. Especially because we still have Swap and Ronin in there. Alright, we already summoned a Jet, so we're not going to get Jet off of blue. Let's get red like we talked about doing. Alright, Elf. I should have gotten Carrot because I have Imperm. It's debatable. Because red can stop monster effects that aren't on the field, which is very handy. It's not uncommon to have like multiple monster effects you want to stop. IP. Do I want to summon Ronin here? Because I could not, and I could just bring back Swap and get an extra body. No, I think I will. It's good to have an extra level 2 for your Sprite monsters in your IP. I think it's worth it. Okay. Obviously not as impressive as other in boards, but considering it was through a nib, you know, it's again why I like having access to starter. In addition to, well, Sprite starter in addition to your one-card starters. Ending the main phase. I'll think about this for a moment. So, I could just let them battle over IP and then bring it back with Elf, but if they battle over Elf, that might be a bit more of an issue. So, I'm just gonna pop this off now. Chain Maxi. Let's go chain Elf here. Give them one draw, keep my negate. That sounds good to me. Yeah. So they must have top decked that Max C. There's no need to make Appaloosa here. We have multiple negates already. Let's do... Yeah, we'll do this order. I don't think we ever get punished by doing it this way. They have a monstrous, they can't Gamma. This plays around to Ash Blossom. Search my follow-up. Yeah. I guess, well, they can't Valor. It's their turn. So, yeah, they can't Imperm because they have a card. Yeah, we're good. Why is there a nib on the field in full Sprite combo? Because we opened Swap Frog plus Sprite Starter. Best number of non-engine. I like to aim for 10 to 12 hand traps plus 2 call by and cross out. Generally speaking. That's not even just for Sprite, but for most decks. That's generally what I aim for. This is a post-nib board, yep. And we actually could have played around the nib if I would have played a little bit better. If I would have summoned the red sooner. That sucks. It's gonna have to be fine. Still have Imperm. I could chain SP, but like... I'd rather keep SP Yeah, this is fine. If I knew they were on Runic, I would have definitely been a little bit more... like I would have tried to save my SP to try to banish their Fountain instead of using it on that nib right there, but... We still have Ghost Ogre for the Runic Fountain. I'm actually kind of thinking about the Imperm a little bit here. No, this is... Why 2 Gigantic into Elf? Because it's very much needed for, like... Second Gigantic is so necessary for follow-up plays. Second Elf is a lot of the time, too. Because think about it. Your turn 1 combo line, you go through the Sprint Elf Gigantic. And your comeback play is to OTK with Gamma Burst. But you need to be able to make a 3200 Gigantic to be able to do that. So... if you go first and they totally out your board, then you still want to be able to, yeah, have the option to go 3200 Gigantic into blue into Jet for Gamma Burst for OTK. Lubellion, do I want to Imperm this? Have they normal summoned? They have not. I really don't want to deal with Regained. Yeah, I'm going to Imperm this. Yeah, the branded Regained doesn't look bad, but I think if they get that online here, it's so much harder for us to win. Okay, there's the Fountain. Okay. I'm not concerned about Hugin. I can just tag it out with Little Knight. Well, it doesn't activate though, right? But I can Little Knight... Little Knight is a when. Ghost Ogre is also a when? Oh, that actually doesn't work out for me then. Because I have to... Let me read this for a sec. When your opponent activates a card or effect... Yeah... Ugh, that sucks. Brutal, yeah. They're gonna get to use Hugin's effect here to protect it. I guess that's better than them going into Chaos Ruler, so I think it is still worth it to Ghost Ogre there, but... I thought I would have gotten a chance to Little Knight away the Hugin. That's why I wasn't initially worried about it, but... Oops. Oh, they got Regained anyway. Oh no, that sucks. Ugh. Oh, and they have a Bestial. God, those draws were good. I don't see us winning anymore. Yeah, this is brutal. Between the Regained and the Fountain, their grind game is so good. It's so much better than ours right now. And they're about to wipe out our board. Well, okay, we do have Gamma Burst, so they can't, like, necessarily battle over just everything here. We do have a starter. Okay, things aren't, like, over, but I'm not a huge fan of our position right now. Oh, they don't have a battle phase, you're right. Runic. Oh, they're gonna go into Fiendsmith stuff. Wow. Okay, that's actually really good for me that they just went into Fiendsmith stuff, because that makes my Little Knight much better disruption. How'd they get Regained? They drew it off of a Fountain. Okay, this is fine. I don't need a Little Knight just yet. Um, do I need to do it now? Do I think they're gonna activate Engraver? Does Engraver target? It does, so I don't think they'll do... Yeah, I'll just do this now. What's up, Valkin96? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I don't know. I think I actually should have waited. Well, I guess, okay, it depends if they want to go, like, equip the, you know, Requiem. Because if they do that, then it becomes a lot more worth it to Little Knight. Which now they do it, but I guess I was worried that if they had Engraver plus Lacrima Crimson Tears up, they would just link straight away into Sequence. Which would then make the Little Knight not nearly as good. PM putting Requiem in the Emperor column. Honestly, I do stuff like that sometimes. Like, I'll put an unimportant spell trap in the Imperm column. Like, if I'm playing Fiendsmith or Snake Eye stuff. Just to not accidentally put something that is important there. It's like insurance against my, my own future potential misplays. This bounce is completely fine. Okay. So they get to search. Oh, they're adding Baldrake from graveyard back to hand here. And then we get to resolve Little Knight. Okay. I wonder if we can put out enough damage to OTK them with Gamma Burst, even factoring in the Bestial monster they summon. Kind of depends also on what, okay. Let me start with this. Alright, Blueth. Yep, they summon a Bestial. Fine. They have Baldrake too, though. This is... blah! I don't like this position. You know what? We can Shadow Mosquito OTK. Might just end up being how we do it here. We're at 5,800? We have a Lacrima that we can attack. Ooh, that might actually just be it here. Ooh, I like... Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this all starts panning out here. They're at 8k. So even with this, we would need 3 attacks. Yeah, we would need 3 attacks. So we need Mosquito plus 3 other monsters to be able to OTK here. We don't play the quick play spell that banishes. What do we have in here? Shoot, I kind of wish we had that Swap Frog now. Regained is what? Drawing a card here? That's fine. Okay, so I think they have a Runic spell. Or a hand trap. I guess it could be either or. Can I get Mosquito plus another body? I don't think I can. We don't have access to Swap Frog. And Sprint is already gone. So like going into Elf doesn't actually get us an extra body. Gigantic. We could Gigantic for swap. Link Gigantic plus swap into Elf. Right, so hang on a second, let me think about this. Gigantic for swap, no swap F, Elf, Revive. We'd have Elf plus 1, 2, 3. And then we'd be able to go Ronin. We'd have Elf plus 4 monsters. That would be enough. I think that's it. Oh yeah, Baldrake's effect, you're right. We're not going to be able to get through that. Well, we could have gotten through... Well, we can't get that... Yeah, even if we kept red, we wouldn't have been able to... Or had access to red, rather, we wouldn't have been able to get through that. Yeah, that'll be it. Dang. Ah, if it weren't for Baldrake's effect, I think we could have had it. Right, because we had Gigantic plus SP plus Carrot. Gigantic Detach for Swap Frog. No F, because there's nothing left to dump. So then we have Gigantic, SP, Swap, Carrot. We link Swap plus Gigantic into Elf. So we have Elf, SP, Carrot. Elf F, bring back a 2. Ronin F, Shadow Mosquito plus 3. That would have done it. Dang. There was one window where you could have banished Baldrake with the SP. Yeah, but that wouldn't have been... We wouldn't have had enough bodies to OTK. I might have been a little bit too focused on OTKing, and maybe we could have just, like... I don't know, though, because if we're not OTKing, then we're in a grind game, and we can never win a grind game against Runic Fountain plus Branded Regained, right? It was just a tricky situation, all in all, to be in, I think. Okay. Alright, let me see my match history real quick. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good spot to stop ranked ladder for now. We're up to Diamond 3. We gained 2 ranks with Spright. Let's go through our match history a little bit here. Are all of these games from today? They are. Okay. But you can see we hit some nice win streaks. We had like the 4-game win streak here. Another nice little 4-game win streak right here. This was us using the, or no, I think these two. No, these two. Some amount of these games were us using the 60 card build as well. But we're not fully done just yet. I do want to play at least a little bit of Pokemon Pocket here as well. Like I said, we have some packs to open there, so let me see where we're at here. Let me do it like this. Let me go... Turn this off. And... Close MD. And let me open Pocket here. I'll have to get some music going here in a second as well. I'll actually do that right now. I even have a, you know what, let's put on the Pokemon. I have a playlist of Pokemon music. That'll obviously be quite fitting. All right, let me throw Pocket into full screen. We go playlist and turn the music down. There we go. Shuffle. Beautiful. And now that that's going, let me open Pocket. There we go. So I haven't logged in yet today, so we have our login pack, plus this is also the when the shop resets, so we can get some extra packs there as well. My luck with Extra Dimensional Crisis has not been good so far. The only EXs I've pulled are 2 Alolan Dugtrios, which is like probably the worst EX in the set. Really hoping for Buzzswole EX. Oh, you can't look at it if you don't have it yet. But Buzzswole EX, Tapu Koko wouldn't be bad to try either. But I think Buzzswole is like the big one that's really good right now. No, I do not go to the vending machines and get in fights with people to buy packs. I only play Pocket. Yeah, it doesn't look like we got an EX in this pack. Nope. Beach Boys Dugtrio. I do think it's a fun design. I agree. I might mess around with them and build a deck for them anyway. Maybe. Okay, so I don't have any hourglasses right now, but if we go over to shop. You got immersive Buzzwole this morning? Hell yeah. Congrats. You can see I got a fair number of tickets saved up here. So we're just gonna buy out all of the hourglasses in the shop. Which I think will give us enough to open 7 packs? Something like that. Really hoping for that immersive Buzzwole as well. Any amount of Buzzwoles, really. But even in the non-EX department, Type Null, Sylvalian, Gladiant. Because I want to try that deck as well. I've heard good things about it. Alright, get these ones. We'll get our other Wonder Hourglasses while we're here too. But yeah, this is one of the main reasons why I wanted to do Pocket today, is because of see if we can channel some streamer pack opening luck into Pokemon Pocket as well as Master Duel. I mean, I've had a pretty lucky Pocket account. I can actually show you some of my binders after this that shows all my fancy stuff. I haven't opened like a ton of packs, like relative to what some other people I know have opened, but I guess I've opened a decent bit. A lot of the only time I really spent money on this game was when, what was the set before Shining Revelry? I think it was when that came out. I spent a decent bit of money. But for the most part, I don't really spend money on this game. Boy, pulled 3 EX so far. All Buzzwole, 2 regular, 1 immersive. That's pretty good. If you're only going to pull 1 EX in the set, Buzzwole is definitely the one you want to pull. But even if we don't pull any, well, really I'd want to pull 2. If we don't pull them, there's still plenty of other decks we can build. I already have plenty of decks built. We just run with one of those, but... Okay. What's in here? Anything fun? Oh, this is the stuff for the new Premium Pass, which I don't get anymore. This is probably just, yeah, Premium Pass benefits. Sure, don't care about that. Ooh, got some stuff from the development team. Some trade credit. Okay. So we have 70. So yeah, that's enough for... I think we'll have enough to open 7 packs here when all is said and done. Because yeah, we're going to use 4 here. And then we'll have 66 Wonder... Not Wonder Hourglasses, but pack Hourglasses. And then yeah, that'll be enough for 5 more packs. Or no, so it'll be a total of 6 packs, not a total of... I don't know, some amount. Anyway, we'll see. Pocket has so many extra clicks and animations. It kind of does, I agree. Ish, I don't know. I don't think it's like so bad, but... Okay, yeah, it'll be 6 packs total, not 7. Come on, Buzzwole. Come on, Buzzwole, please. Ooh, there's something in here. It looks like it's an EX as well. You know what? I'll take Guzzlord. Honestly, as long as it's not Doug Trio, because like I said, I already got 2 of those, but we'll definitely take the Guzzlord here for sure. All right, what else do we got? You know, I would take a second Guzzlord and try that deck out. Electrical Cord. That's actually another pretty interesting card from this set. That I think could be potentially pretty good with like Pikachu EX. Ooh, okay, there's... Ooh! Okay! You know what? I did say that I didn't want any more Alolan Doug Trios, but I'll take a fancy one. We'll definitely take that. Okay, so we got a bit of streamer luck coming in here. I was kind of hoping that would be a God Pack. I have not gotten a God Pack actually yet. I feel like just almost everybody else I've known that plays has gotten at least one at some point, but I will not complain about getting this This fancy Alolan Doug trio. Only missing 2 Nihilego and 1 Guzzlord? Hell yeah. As you can see, I'm still missing a fair bit from this set, but I haven't opened a lot of it either. Alright, we got a few more openings still. I think 3 more here. Alright, let's see what we got. Looks like a 1-star full art at the back there. That's an Alolan Meowth. What is this? Metal? Discard a random Pokemon tool card from your opponent's hand. Okay. Kind of hard to read. It's an interesting effect. I don't think it's particularly good, but it is interesting. Alright. At this point, I kind of want the second Guzzlord a little bit more, because I want to try out a new deck. Again, I could just do the Doug Trio deck. I have a little bit more incentive to do so now, but I don't think the Doug Trio is that great, to be totally honest. At least we got a new card. Like, if you're going to play a Steel deck, it should probably just be Soliago, right? Like, that's the thing about Alolan Doug Trio, is that when Soliago's out there, it's so hard to justify playing a Steel type that relies on coin flips, you know? Alright, what do we got here? Last pack for now. And doesn't look like there's going to be too much in here, unfortunately. Well, I'm not disappointed though. We opened some pretty solid packs there. We got a Guzzlord and we got the fancy Doug trio. I'm gonna do some wonder picks here. I forgot Zeraora was a Pokemon that existed. I forget about Gen 7 Pokemon in general, honestly. I often forget that they exist. Because I've said it a couple of times before, but Gens 7 and 9 are the only ones that I've not played. It does. I agree. It looks like a Digimon. I think newer Pokemon kind of tend to skew a little more towards that. But it's hard to know if it's like a nostalgia thing on my part or like a design thing in general. Okay, here's a Gladio. I might. Well, but I don't have a second Silvally. I don't have type Nulls at all yet. So there's no real point to wonder picking for a Gladio. It's a Doug Trio. Don't need that. This is Spanish, though. That's funny. Like the Doug Trio de Alola. What else do we have in here? Anything interesting? Doesn't super look like it. Yeah, I don't really see anything in here for wonder picks that I'm gonna go for. Another Alolan Doug Trio. Something tells me I'm not done pulling them. Something tells me I'm gonna see another Alolan Doug Trio before I see, like, my second Buzzwole. What a good old-fashioned feeling. I don't think these 4 hourglasses are gonna be enough to open another pack, unfortunately. Maybe one of these other missions will give us, like, a couple of hourglasses. Oops. Nah, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, there is one deck update I know I want to make for sure. And that's going to be to my Darkrai Giratina deck. Because there's been new tech for this deck. Komala is out. And in its place, what's been really popular lately is... Actually, we do need... Oh, I only own 1 Poison Barb? Ugh, that's brutal. I'm gonna have to craft another one. But, yeah, so the Poison Barbs with the Nihilego have been very popular in this deck lately. We can take out a Pokemon Center Lady. I think that's fine. I think we're also fine if we play 1 Mars. Oh no, we actually want to take out Rocky Helmets because it's a little bit too many tools. So like, I think I actually do want to keep the Pokemon Center Lady then. Would have traded you my extra Buzzwole, but I burned it for the cosmetic. No worries. It's not tradable yet anyway. Hang on. What am I looking for? Pokemon Center lady. I don't remember what set she's from, so let me just look for sort by trainer. There we go. And we still have one more slot, but I still need to craft an extra Poison Barb. That was in Celestial Guardians, right? Yeah, I don't know. I see Mars in a lot of lists. Honestly, when it comes to Pocket, I tend to net deck like a lot more, just because I'm not nearly as familiar with the game. Here's Poison. Okay. Let's go. Giratina, edit. Oh, I didn't save my previous edits. That's fine. So we're gonna drop. Yeah, we're just gonna drop Kamala and the Rocky helmets, and then we're gonna play. If I just search poison, if it would help if I spelled it correctly. If I just search poison, will both Poison Barb and Nihilego come up? They will. Beautiful. Sick. Is there any other changes I want to make? No, I'm good with this. Gotta fix the energy. Mars is good if you're on non-EXs that die often. Well, I think it's also good because Darkrai Giratina, because you're only playing like a handful of Pokemon that are EXs. So if you are like setting up a Giratina on the bench and you have Darkrai in the active, and they knock out your Darkrai, then you can Mars them down to one card in hand. I think that's the logic behind playing 2 Mars in this deck, if I had to guess. But like I said, with this game, I really just tend to net deck, and I don't quite know what I'm doing as often, I'll be fully honest. But yeah, let's pop in for a little bit of ranked ladder here. On Pocket, here we go, versus ranked matches. Switch over to Darkrai Giratina, here we go. And let's start battle. Yep, ranked in this game now. A lot has changed indeed. Mostly just that, the addition of ranked, but... Okay, winning the coin flip is actually not horrible in this deck. Wow, this hand is kind of horrible, though. You know what? We can swap out the Nihilego pretty easily. It's only got a 1 retreat cost, so... It kind of sucks that we have to spend our first energy to do that, but it is what it is. Yeah, going first isn't bad, though, if you open with Giratina, which we might find off this Pokeball here. No, we found Darkrai instead. Alright, so we would have definitely rather have gone second then. We do have Leaf to retreat for free. I think I'm actually probably going to end up taking advantage of that. It kind of sucks that their Darkrai is going to get to start attaching energy before ours, though. It actually really sucks. Because it means it gets to start attacking first. Although, to be fair, we can, like, because they had to deal 20 to the Nihilego, we might actually be in a decent spot. Let me use Leaf. Swap in Darkrai. I guess you know what? I shouldn't have even done that just yet. Well, but I might need to use a supporter on a follow-up turn is the only other main thing about that. We do have Pokemon Center Lady to heal up our Darkrai, which is nice. I guess we kind of have to hope that they don't have healing at this point. Because they get to attach, knock me down to 120. I attach, knock them down to 100. Okay, they have a potion. That's kind of rough. That alone is kind of rough. Yeah, their hand is so much better than ours. I use play.limitless.tcg. That's my resource for Pokemon Pocket lists. So this is interesting. What if I'm thinking? What if I start setting up this Darkrai on my bench and just kind of let this one that's in my active get KO'd? Because they're gonna attach, put me down to 100, and then knock me down. Yeah, I think that's how I'm gonna do this. It's such an awkward position for us to be in. Yeah, our hand was just so weird. And for them to also be setting up Magneton as well is just very, very scary. And then now they attack. I go down to 20. I attach. They knock me out. Ah, but you know what? No, because they can attach. Well, actually, if I heal, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, let's do it this way. Let's Pokemon Center Lady, the active Darkrai, Giant Cape this Darkrai, Dark Energy here. We can actually still potentially KO this other Darkrai on the follow-up if they don't have another heal. Can Mars them on the next turn, down to 1 card, hoping they don't evolve into Magnezone here. This game might still be winnable for us. Maybe. It might still be winnable for us. It's a big maybe. Let's see. Okay, so yep, there's that. Ah, they do have the Magnezone. That's kind of brutal, honestly. Well, okay, they can't one-shot our Darkrai that's coming in here. And we do have Sabrina. But they can just bring in their Darkrai. I'd like to drag in the Spirit Tomb, ideally. Right on time, Giratina. It's just the opponent, right? I'm not me too. We're gonna do this. Mars, put you down to 1 card. I guess I'll play Giratina. There's kind of no reason not to. It's not like we play Iono. Okay, so they're going to bring in Magnezone. They can do a lot of damage to my Darkrai. If only I had a way to drag in the Spirit Tomb with Sabrina. Like if this Darkrai wasn't here, we could secure it. Or if I had something I could drag in with the Cyrus. But didn't really get the opportunity to set that up. They knocked me down to 30 here. I can knock their Magnezone down to 40, but that's not going to be enough to do it. So what I have to do here, I think, is just retreat into Giratina. It's not going to be sustainable, though, unfortunately. Because I'm going to run into the same problem on the next turn. Bringing in Darkrai with Sabrina doesn't even help here. Yeah, that's rough. Oh, I should have broken Space Bellowed. Oops. It doesn't matter. I wouldn't be able to attack next turn anyway. Oh, and they have another potion. Brutal. Well, that also doesn't really matter here. I only play 1 Leaf, right? Yeah. Doesn't look like I can top deck another one to swap out here. I'm pretty sure that we are not going to be able to take this one. The only thing I kind of don't like about this deck is that it plays a ton of supporters. I mean, usually you really just need 1 supporter per turn, though. We got a pretty bad hand, to be fair. Alright, let's go into the next one. So, one thing I'm not really sure about when it comes to ranked, because last season I only made it up to Pokeball. It's because, like I said, I don't really play this game a lot. But I noticed I didn't fall in rank. I didn't fall back down to beginner. I don't know if it's like Master Duel, where at a certain threshold you don't fall down, like in rank, but... Okay, going first when we have Giratina, that's pretty good for us. If you're going first, you definitely want... Because then Giratina can start attacking. We also have... Actually, this hand is fantastic. We have Pokeball, we have Professor's Research, we have Poison Barb, we have the Nihilego to go with the Poison Barb. We're in a pretty good spot here. Another Pokeball, another Poison Barb. We'll take them. Ooh, good. We found Darkrai. Let's definitely play this. This. And this. And Broken Space Bellow. Little Baby Kitty versus Shadow Demon from another dimension. Yeah, really though. Alright, so they're gonna go Professor's Research. Looks like they're on the Charizard Incineroar deck. Oh, they might be a dedicated Incineroar deck. Yeah, looks like it. Time, space, what's Giratina? Extra dimensional space? Isn't there like a whole thing? Yeah, they have 4 cards in hand. I think I'll Mars them for -1 card. Also, if they're on rare candy in their hand, this will help mitigate that too. Well, there's a whole thing in Legends Arceus with Giratina, right? I never did finish that game. Well, because like in Platinum, right, Giratina pulled Cyrus away so that, you know, he wouldn't pull apart the space-time continuum. And isn't there like a whole thing where you also battle against Giratina in Legends Arceus, like Volo's using it or something? I never got that far. Well, I got far in the Legends Arceus. I got to the credit sequence. This is actually kind of a thing that Nintendo games do lately that I'm not like a huge fan of, where it feels like... Okay, does anybody else know what I mean when I say, particularly with Legends Arceus, and I feel like other Nintendo games, it feels like they put the credit sequence like 3/4 of the way through the game. Like, I get that they want to have like post-game stuff to do, but the post-game stuff for Legends Arceus felt like it was like the last 25% of the game anyway. Like, I don't know, it just felt kind of weird. And it's not the first Nintendo game that I feel that way about. Scarlet Violet, Sword Shield. Yeah, Sword Shield were very much that way too. I haven't played Scarlet Violet, so I don't know about that myself, but I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. Kind of seems like a Pokemon thing in general, right? Oh, the other example I was trying to think of was a Pokemon game. It was the new Pokemon Snap. Where it was like, credits roll, but, you know, you're still not fully done exploring the island yet. It just feels really weird. I don't know. It's not something that, like, matters a ton, but it is something I'm a little nitpicky about, like, where you put credits in a game. Because I'm the kind of person where when credits roll, I'm probably gonna put the game down. If not right away, like, within the next day or two. You know, in spite of how much I have left to do, because I just have other games I want to play, so it just feels kind of weird. I don't know. Okay, I see Rowlet and Snivy, so is this like a Decidueye Serperior deck? I don't really think you would need Serperior with Decidueye. Decidueye's attacks only cost 2 energy, right? Ah, they're playing Celebi as well. That would make a little more sense. I think that's a little bit much that's going on with our opponent's deck. I think you want to be a little more focused than that, but it could certainly be worse too. Pokeball. Hoping we find a Darkrai. We do. That's good. Throw this down. Let's put the Poison Barb on Giratina. In the past, Pokemon post credits was like Battle Frontier stuff. Now it's like a whole other chapter. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. how it feels lately. It feels like a little bit of a cheat, doesn't it? Where it's like, you know, is it really post-game content when it feels like it was just supposed to be part of the main game anyway? Again, that's just how I feel. I think the point of Arceus was to get to Arceus so the devs would maybe feel odd if a different legendary would suddenly take the spotlight. It's not on the box art. I get, but I mean, it's kind of like, it's kind of antithetical to that, though, because, like, take me, for example. I never got to a point in Legends Arceus where I actually fought against Arceus. I fought, like, Origin Form Palkia, and then I was just kind of done at that point. So, I mean, by putting Arceus that far in, I didn't even get to a point where I saw Arceus, you know, directly. I don't know. Legends Arceus was a very interesting game. And I mean, this is kind of what everybody says about it, but you really do just get the impression that, like, you know, they're trying something new, and they didn't even do it poorly at all. They just still could have done better. I don't know. No, from what I remember anyway, I did not fight Arceus before the credits rolled. My last battle before the credits rolled was Origin Form Palkia. It looks like our opponent is timing out here. I don't feel like I'm in a super, like, I'm not in a horrible position, but I don't feel like my position is such that you had to, like, concede here. Maybe, I don't know, maybe their hand isn't good. But this is why you want to go first if you open Giratina, is because, like, if you have Giratina and Darkrai and you go second, the Darkrai is going to be ready to attack before the Giratina is, which we have a Leaf here, so that's not horrible, but sometimes it can be a little bit awkward. Yeah, they didn't return. Okay. Alright, Pokeball 3. I'll give them a thanks, even if they tried to run the timer out. I don't really care. You know, it's so funny. My worst guilty pleasure in the world is going on subreddits for games I like to laugh at people who complain about them. It's not a good habit. But I've noticed in the Pokemon Pocket subreddit, people are so, like, persnickety about when they give thanks. And it's like, dude, who cares? It's a button. You either click it or don't. Like, like, I've seen, like, people go on, like, multiple paragraphs long, you know, posts about their ethos of when they give thanks and when they don't, and who deserves it and who doesn't. I'm just like, it's just a button. You click it and they get a ticket. Who cares? Like, I can't imagine being that emotionally invested in it, you know? Internet tough guy credit. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, it's the whole... I feel like everybody knows about Reddit at this point. Like, the only reason to go to a subreddit is to complain about the thing you're going to the subreddit for. Like, that's kind of the thing that's wild to me about Reddit, is that, like, you have dedicated fan spaces, but they're... in every single instance, like, it doesn't matter if it's a game, if it's, like, you know, an influencer, or, like, a brand, or, like, a thing. I don't know. It doesn't matter what the subreddit is for. The people who are posting in it are its biggest haters, like, every single time. It's just funny. Or try to find out the answer to a specific technical question for a niche hobby. That is the one other thing that Reddit tends to be good for. But even then, you don't really have to go for, like, to Reddit for that. You can just search within Google. You go, like, site:/Reddit and then search for your question. There are a lot of instances where that does help, though. I do definitely agree. This hand is awful, by the way. This hand is really awkward. At least we can one-shot the Dialga with red. But they're going to get to set up their Soliago here. I don't really understand the point of playing Dialga. I don't really understand the point of playing Dialga in a Soliago deck. Because it's not that hard to set. Like, it only requires 2 steel energy to attack anyway, right? Like, When did they play? Hang on. Yeah, actually, I want to see the battle. Okay, they put Cosmog on the bench last turn. I think I'm gonna Mars them here. Because I feel like they were about to rare candy into Soliago. Right, let's put this on the bench Giratina and go for another Broken Space Bellow. Oh, the Poison also is gonna let us KO the Dialga here. But thanks to the Poison Barb. Yeah, I wanted to check to see if they played the Cosmog last turn or not, because... Okay, they're just going to go into Soliago anyway. That's really not good for us. Although... but it's at 180. Yeah, we can't KO it even with red. We can't one-shot it. Oh, they're actually going to KO our Giratina, because it does 120. Yeah, alright, that's going to do it. I'll just concede here, that's fine. GG's, you got it. This is the thing that, like, I'm not the biggest fan of when it comes to, like, animations and stuff. I don't really care that much about the pack opening animations, but I kind of hate that if you concede, you have to wait for, like, so many different animations on the stack to play out. What are we looking at for time? We'll do a few more battles. Probably end right around the 4-hour mark. We'll go for maybe, like, 20-ish more minutes. I don't know, I'm kind of hungry. I might end a little bit sooner. We'll see. We'll see how we'll see how we're doing. We're going first. This hand's fine. Could soul Professor's research into Giratina, which would be really good. Nope. Ah, it's a bit of a shame. I'll definitely throw the Poison Barb on here because the Pachirisu can start attacking on the opponent's first turn. So if they're going to hit me, I definitely want to poison them back. If they don't put anything, I was going to say, if they don't put anything on the bench, it's so not worth it for them to hit me here. Definitely not going to Mars them. Their hand is, they're telegraphing a pretty bad hand right now, so. There's Giratina. I love this song. I never did play Gen 7, like I said, but this particular song slaps. You know what's a shame about Scarlet and Violet is that when it comes to both character design and, like, the new Pokemon's design, I actually like a lot of them a fair bit. And I say it's a shame because Scarlet and Violet, from what I've been unanimously told and observed for myself, are just not good games. I even expressed this to a friend, like maybe a year after Scarlet and Violet came out, where I was like, the characters are so cool, it kind of makes you just want to pick up the game, even though people say it's not great. My friend was like, don't. They were like, don't do it. Don't buy this game. It's not good. And I was like, oh, okay, I won't. And, I mean, I don't know. If there's anything like Sword Shield, I fought to be optimistic about Sword and Shield. I really wanted Sword and Shield to be good going into them, but they really just, at the end of the day, were not. They were just so bland. I mean, that's the thing, right? That's a fair point. Like, a bad Pokemon game is still, like, at least a decent, if not good, video game. But, I don't know. When you are something like Pokemon, I think it's fair to be held to a bit of a higher standard, you know? Kind of wish they played more into the pick your path thing. I'm assuming you're talking about Scarlet Violet. One of my big issues with Sword and Shield is that I just didn't like the whole, like, how empty it was. Like, they tried too hard to have, like, big open areas instead of routes without really just a lot of substance to it. IMO. Okay. Look at our opponents on. I wonder if they're on regular Lucario or Lucario EX. It's probably regular Lucario. Lucario EX is not super great. I think the last Pokemon game I played where I was like, I felt like satisfied was honestly probably Black and White too, if I'm being completely honest with myself. Like XY were a little on the boring side. They were a little bit of a letdown, not too much. I didn't play Gen 7. Sword Shield were a pretty big letdown as mentioned before, and I didn't play Gen 9. A lot of the reason why I didn't play Gen 7 is because of how boring I found XY to be, and kind of. I mean, it was fine. XY was just such like the 50% Pokemon experience, where I'm like, yep, this is a Pokemon game. I really like Megas though. Yeah, my turn here. Like, I think Megas were a very, very good addition to the game. I like them quite a bit. But, yeah, the rest of the game was just kind of boring. I don't know. Or not, again, not necessarily boring, but again, just very, this is a Pokemon game. I don't know how else to say it. Probably know what I'm getting at. And here's the thing. For me, it's not even like, because I know a lot of people are like, oh, you know, all you do is the 8 gyms in the Elite Four. They got to switch it up. I'm actually fine with that formula, because I think you can put compelling story and gameplay within that formula. Yeah, I'll play Darkrai. That's fine. Yeah, I think you can put compelling gameplay within that formula. I don't think that's what it was necessarily. Yeah, I'm fine with them red carding me here. I'm not gonna miss that hand too much. Retreating in for Farfetch'd is interesting here. Well, because they don't want to lose their Riolu. That makes sense. But thankfully here we can... Yeah, from an attack. Okay, so... we can Cyrus in the Riolu and still knock out whatever they put in. That would set up the Marshadow, but it's not strong enough to KO the Darkrai in one shot anyway, so this should all be fine. Hey, speaking of XY, this theme wasn't bad, this champion theme song. Even if Diantha was pretty forgettable overall. Yeah, we'll play this, it's fine. Cyrus in the Riolu. Knock that out. So now they put something in that's not Marshadow. I KO it with Darkrai. They bring in Marshadow, deal 100. I KO it back for the win. Yep. They're gonna concede. Yeah, I still think Black White 2 were not just the last games that I felt like blew me away as a Pokemon game, but I think those are just the best Pokemon games. Crystal is my favorite, but I think Black White 2 are the best. All right. I'm probably not going to get Legends ZA, I'll be completely honest. I don't really have plans to at this point. Even if I do, it's going to be a wait and see if it's good kind of thing. I'll wait and see what other people say about it before I commit to getting it. We're going second. Yeah, this is fine. Story writing for Sun Moon is good. I know enough about the Sun Moon story to basically know how it goes. I think it is quite good, I agree. I think Lucamine's whole story is really cool. Charmander and Growlithe, huh? They have 5 cards in hand. I'm trying to think if I want to Mars them instead of activating Professor's Research. I think I do here. Get the -2 cards. Could be on rare candy, so they'll have less odds of that being a problem too. I think I will play the second Darkrai now. Alright. I want Tomodachi Life a lot more than Pokemon ZA. Thanks to everybody who is still watching, by the way. Pretty decent ways into the stream, and still got quite a few people watching. I really appreciate that. Alright, let's see here. Did we draw the Heligo? Yeah, there's no reason. Well, let's do Professor's Research first. Giant, huh? I'll play this, but I won't play the Giant Cape just yet. Yeah, I'm not going to play the Giant Cape just yet. Just in case. Still not sure how I feel about the ZA starters. Yeah, they are kind of weird. I agree. Chikorita, Totodile, and Tepig. It's just so, like, I mean, it's just so obviously, like, oh, well, we want to do the Gens 2 starters, but we just use Cyndaquil, so, you know. We'll use somebody else. Like, not the most, inspired thing, to say the least. Totodile mentioned! Totodile's great. You know, it's funny, when I was younger, I didn't really, like, I didn't hate Totodile, but I didn't really think much of it, but Totodile's definitely grown on me as I grow older. One of my more, like, recent, I don't want to say favorites necessarily, because it's not like it's a favorite Pokemon of mine, but it's up there. It's probably at least top 50, if not, like, top 25. I agree. I think Totodile's best aspect is how much personality it has. 100% agree with that. Alright, I'll just do it. Too bad I don't have a Pokemon Center Lady in my hand. I'd like to be able to heal my Darkrai a little bit here. I was worried they'd evolve into Charizard, but we do still have... I mean, we could still KO it before it starts dealing damage to us. I have one of these as well, by the way. The shiny full art Charizard EX. Oh, I never did show off my binders. We'll have to do that before we end the stream. I'll show you all the fun stuff I have. Hey, I really appreciate that, Detroit Leprechaun. Yeah, don't worry. That person got to know the hide from channel button. But thank you, I really appreciate that. Yeah, some people are just bozos, what can you say? It's always very interesting when people in particular are like... Because that person in particular that you're talking about, I had seen them from other comments before, and their other comments were super normal. It's just so weird when people are like super normal and supportive of the content until they learn that thing that has nothing to do with the content, and then all of a sudden they're, yeah, you get it. Let's do like one more battle, I think, here before we finish off. I'll show you my binders and then probably call it after that. Alright. Winning the coin flip. That tends to be pretty good. We opened Giratina, so that is good. Going first, so we don't have to show them the Heligo just yet. Although I'll probably end up playing it. Especially if we can find a Poison Barb. Okay, so it's Soliago. Oh, maybe. I don't know. There's Jigglypuff here. Another Giratina is actually not a bad top deck. If anything, it just guarantees our Pokeball is going to be a Darkrai here, which is good. People get bent out of shape for no reason. They really do sometimes, don't they? Oh, sick. There's the Poison Barb. This is a classic turn 1 setup for this deck. We got the Giratina with the Poison Barb. We got Darkrai online. And throw out the Nihilego. Don't need to play either of these just yet, because if they try to red card or Mars us, that's actually completely fine. Alright. Even more poison! That's good. Okay. Attach to Cosmog. Probably just going to use Teleport here if I had to guess. Oh, interesting. They're going to put a Rocky Helmet on Cosmog. That's fine with me. Actually, that might... I don't know, whatever. If they do end up evolving into Soliago, that might end up being annoying, but... I think they should have waited before committing to putting the Rocky Helmet on Cosmog. Especially if what you want to do is teleport out. They have 4 cards in hand. I don't have another supporter I want to play this turn anyway, so I'll Mars them, that's fine. I'm not going to bother playing either of these just yet. I don't think we have to. And then we'll Broken Space Bellow. That's the thing with Mars and red card, you're always kind of taking a chance of, like, I'm not just going to evolve them into the, or get them into the rare cards, rare candies so they can evolve. Hoping that doesn't happen. Okay, so, also I should have noticed it's not Soliago because they're not on Steel Energy, they're on Psychic Energy. I did mean to play the Pokeball, by the way, even though we don't have any targets left, because... if we are hit with a red card or a Mars, we do not want to draw that Pokeball later. I still don't really feel the need to play either of these in the bench. Maybe the Darkrai at some point, but we're still setting up this other one just fine anyway. Leaf would actually be a pretty good top deck here. Because I think I'd actually rather start attacking with the Darkrai before the Giratina. Well, it does have the Poison Barb, so I actually think I would rather keep the Giratina in. They're thinking. I wonder if they're debating if they actually want to evolve into Lunala. Well, we'll just KO it either way. Got another Mars here. I'll probably just end up using that here too because it's like... Okay, so we're definitely going to put the Dark Energy on Giratina so it can attack this turn. Let's just Mars now. I don't think they're going to end up KOing one of our Pokemon, so I'm fine using both Mars like this. Then we'll put Dark Energy here. I'll play the other Darkrai now, that's fine. And then Chaotic Impact. We do take Rocky Helmet damage, but it's so worth it to take out their Stage 1 evolution that has 3 Psychic Energy on it. You know, a lot of the time, when I'm trying to figure out what I want to KO, I'm focusing less on, like, what the actual Pokemon's attacks are, and just how, like, the energy distribution, right? Because by getting rid of, oh my god, it's the staring Wigglytuff. I hate this art. I hate this art so much. But yeah, sometimes I'll purposefully try to KO a Pokemon that's a little bit weaker if it's got multiple energies on it, just that it doesn't get built up, and also because that's multiple turns of energy play, so the opponent's not going to get back, right? So, all right, we got up to Pokeball rank 4 from 2, which is not a significant jump, but for how little we played, I don't think it's bad. Let me show you all what I've pulled in this game so far. Because I think, if I had to say so myself, my account's not too shabby. So, we'll start off with Shinies. These are my shiny Pokemon. As mentioned before, I do have the fancy Charizard EX. A good one. Actually, I think this is the only Charizard EX that's shiny, like the old one isn't. And last pack, we also end up pulling Venusaur, as well as Starmie. This Starmie looks so good. I love shiny Starmie. Look at that. Oh, so good. As well as a few other random ones. I like that I pulled Charmeleon for the Charizard and Ivysaur for the Venusaur. That's always fun. Got Machop and Machoke, but no Machamp, which is fine because Machamp EX is not a good Pokemon. But those are my shinies. They're my trainers. I got so lucky in the last pack. Not only did we pull the immersive Guzma, but we also pulled the immersive Lily. And a full art Lily, too. I wonder picked this one from Toad. Shout out Best Toadette. Thank you for the fancy Brock. And yeah, I pulled some Linalos in the last pack too. Not that this card is very good, because you have to have exactly Araquanid, I think is how you would say that. I get the pun, it's Arachnid and Aqua. But anyway. This is my most recent fancy pull. Is this Gladian? Well, actually, also we pulled the Alolan Dugtrio, which I need to add to this binder here. These are my fancy Pokemon EX. As you can see, we did manage to pull some Crown Royals on this account. We have 3 of them. Got Soliago, as well as Palkia, and Mewtwo. I pulled this super early on, while that deck was still OP. Remember when Pocket first came out and everybody just complained about the Mewtwo deck? I don't even think it was really that bad in the grand scheme of things. My only crown is a Pokeball. I wish I had the crown Pokeball. I will say that, like, I think the crown Pokeball is probably the best looking crown, gold crown art. The Soliago, I actually don't think looks bad at all. The background actually does complement the gold trim on its face quite well. But I do agree that a lot of the other crowns just don't look that great. The Immersives, on the other hand, like this Arceus and the Dialga, these look so good. Got 2 of the Pikachus as well. Here's more good luck I've had from this most recent pack. We have not 1, but 2 Rainbow Incineroars. One of these was actually Wonder picked, and the other one was pulled. As well as the Crabominable. The Delmise. And then we also got a full art Alolan Muck from the last pack as well. Now, here's my other full arts here. The Bib. I always forget I have this. I legit always forget I own this Bibarel. Something about this art is so funny to me. It's a funny Pokemon. But we pulled another fancy card today, so that we got to add in here. Where is it? Our Dugtrio. I want to move this one up. I kind of have the most recent ones up towards the top. So we'll pull one of these maneuvers. Rearrange these real quick. I saw some people trying out the Aerodactyl deck since, like, Rare Candy is kind of a thing, but it still feels a little bit situational. You can, in fact, move them. I actually didn't know that for the longest time either. What I used to do is just like completely delete the binder and make a new one every time, but you can move them around. It's not ideal. I wish it like was a little bit better about it, but yeah. Now we got our new homies here in the EX binder. All right. And I don't think can we open another pack? We could open a pack, right? No, I think we need one more hourglass to be able to open a pack. Or gold. I don't have gold. Rip. Yeah, we'll just hold off on this then for now. Unless I have something in here, maybe. Oh, no, this is just for the Guzzlord deck. I pulled that Guzzlord earlier. And we have some more gifts here. Thanks from Battles. The squad, yeah. Let me see if anything new showed up in Wonder Pick before we finish off here. Ooh, a Buzzwole showed up. Hell yeah, I'm glad I looked. Let's see if we can Wonder Pick this Buzzwole before we go. Now, I usually pick the bottom right corner. Fun fact, it doesn't actually matter, but... it was up in the original spot. I thought about clicking that too, but oh well. It is predetermined though. It doesn't actually matter which one you click on. Just make sure we're not missing anything else real quick here. Oh, you know what? There is a free pick we can grab here. There's no reason not to. Oh, you know what? This could actually be our pack hourglass. Nope, dang it. This whole time I've been clearing cards, and they always should say you can move them. I know, right? Also, happy Pride indeed, everybody. Said that at the top of the stream too, but it looks like all these other picks are the same ones we saw. This Infernape pick is new, but I already own 2 Infernape, so I don't need that. Yeah, we're good. Okay. I think that is just about gonna wrap things up for today. Thank you so much for joining me, everybody. Let's go over to Twitch and find somebody to raid. Let's see who's on. Here we go, channel. Oh, Meeps is still on. Hell yeah. Meeps is doing viewer duels right now. Let's go say hello to them. All right, I'm gonna start the raid. Thanks again, everybody, so much for coming. Next stream is gonna be not tomorrow, but the day after on Tuesday. It's gonna be another Illustrials pack opening stream. Probably not gonna be doing any Master Duel. Just gonna be opening and then sorting our Illustrials cards there. So be sure to join us for that and keep an eye out on social media as well as the Discord for other just goings on in general for when the new streams go out. But thanks again, everybody. We're going to start the raid and I'm going to get going. Hope you all have a fantastic evening.